got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. Now I can get gangster if you keep talking your shit. Tricks is for kids. Better find your ass somebody to play with. Cause these hands is rated E for everybody. I don't give a fuck who you call, but you better call somebody. Cause ain't shit about me scary. You better guard your grill. Cause one thing about me, I ain't scared to kill. So go on and lace your boots up, and we can run them hands. You don't want these problems with this grown-ass man. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me, if you get near me, you got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. I see you must think I'm pussy, cause I let you make it. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I'm a dog, I can't fake it. I've been trying to spare your ass, but I see you on a buck. You ain't scaring nobody, cause I'm dangerous as fuck. Now all bullshit aside, this ain't what you really want. I've been slapping bitches since grade school. Now play with me if you want. You done got away with a lot, but that shit coming to an end. Been nice for as long as I can. Ain't taking no more losses, so fuck you then. You got me fucked up. Hey. Hell yeah, you lost my trust. Yeah, I said fuck you with a lot of disrespect. Keep coming at me sideways, I'ma keep my foot on your neck. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Mike Lage, my love. They keep asking what this is. It's not a brand. It's blood. It's living.
Hands in the dirt, turning pain into flame. Every hymn, every march, every midnight cry was a blueprint laid so the future could fly. They mimic the rhythm, they quote the slang, but don't feel the weight that the struggle's time baptized in rain. Every freedom check got our ink inside. Every law that breathes, somebody dies. So we got the roots, we protect the sound. Keep truth upright when they water it down. This is a living age, not a trend, a legacy they couldn't bend. We built the path, we paid the toll. Our stories written in heart and soul. This is a living age, deep in stone, of people who made the world their own. From the field to the mic, to the law, to the pen, we rise, we fight, we build again.
They copy the love, forget the price. We paid in blood, not just enough. They see the fruit, ignore the tree. My roots don't fade in history. 400 years and we still gave life. Freedom ain't gifted, we fought that fight. So when you see us stand, see honor in view. We ain't new faces, we the proof and the glue.
This ain't paperwork, this ain't politics. It's just the melody of mothers who hung us through fire. The rhythm of fathers who've been still and still smile. We keep the gate not out of fear, but out of love for what we build. This is a living.
You can hear it breathe
Through every song and every seed. We don't beg for space, we claim our place. Stamped in sweat and faith in grace. This is a lineage, know the tone of people who turn their grind to stone. We don't need permission, we are the source. Built by hand, we the original force. Hey.
Oh.
It's not a code. It's not a code. It's blood. It's lineage.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We open doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We reclaiming our foundation. And this is the lineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is the lineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's the lineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm and danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song, but the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king got a claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, Lula Nation. We ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again is not division, it's preservation. The truth can't still control. This is the lineation. A love that's proud and a pain. Now, Mike, you got me saying this shit. Love it though. Now, Mike, you got me saying this shit. Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay us all, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will give. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, it's a dead loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that old. Stupid ass.
She wants to be all about a window. She always chasing the cat down right now.
What was it?
She want to go over and be all about a window. She want to try to attack the cat when they go outside and unlock her. Now she's over got a window and shit. I'm like, no, we're not doing this.
Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. People call you crazy when you stand up for justice. If you have no heart, then you're not about justice. Put the mind to the pedal and the foot on the gas. Hit the overdrive, tower coming at last. Everybody wants to eat when my people say hungry. Blood in the book, slavery with this country. Came to this land by forced migration. Built this nation on blacks and plantations. You got nerve calling my people lazy. Free labor with interest, now you're gonna pay me. This ain't a moral problem, this is all about cash. 40 acres and a mule, stop hiding the stash. Karma hits you harder than a case of whiplash. Evidence is overwhelming, there is nowhere to dash. If you wanna run away, you'll be hitting the wall. Till you pay for reparations, you will steadily fall. Lineage all day, every day.
I know, you sound like shit.
Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day.
Remind me back when we was little kids.
We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. We stay on code when I'm messing with you. We'll put this country red, white, and blue. If you don't like it, then you can kick rocks. As a collective, we're juggernauts. Light up the phoenix, start up the flame. Where's the money? You are to blame. Give me the cash, give me this land. This is our country, this is for fam. Call to sin, it's really a crime. Debt is due, haven't paid us a dime. Politics is your oppression. Blacks through time, you make Smith and Wesson. We don't make crack, lock us up for weed. They got our wealth, yes sir, indeed. But soil will see, don't need you to lead. Cause all that you let is making my people bleed. Lineage all day, every day. Any day, we don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code.
Okay. I didn't even know. Look, Bobby.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
I'm about to get started.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm, but not my rain. My story's sweet, but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
oh, real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up, but they don't stay real. All that talk, but they never feel. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying trying to ride a lane. But this soul too deep can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made the groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leave love, I make it bleed.
We ain't bitter, we well.
We just got what's real.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. Tethers, they pull up, but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Tethers, reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Tethers, yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. Tethers, you can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
That's my shit. Hold on, everybody. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second so I can pull up what I want to pull up first. So just give me 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Just get it ready, okay? I'm not gonna play it just yet because I got some stuff I want to talk about. Hold on a second. Pause. Pause. Okay. Hopefully that shit'll pause. It's spinning around. All right. Family. Okay. All right. Let me see. Hi, Nabi. Michael. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, some of them I had before. As far as the songs is concerned. Hello, Michael. See you, Jesse. But I finally found it, right? But I like that lineage one, man. That just reminds me when I was like little. I don't know what it is about the beat, but man, it took me somewhere. It took me somewhere. Okay. Shout out to y'all today. I see you in here. Thank you for coming. All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Man, hold on a sec. I'm sorry. Okay. Jesse, don't be over here just chopping it up in the chat, okay? All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Black Villain, aka Lady J, or Brandy Marie. However you want to call me, just don't call me out my race. All right. So, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Look, it's the end of the month, and we may lose the internet anytime now. Jesse, if you happen to go wake up Ray or call Ray, like tell him I sent him an email, like he has to see it and help me stat, like ASAP. I called him like 2 times, man. I need help with this one particular thing. I already sent it to him. I sent him all the stuff he needs. He just needs to make it work, okay? But tell him to do it ASAP so I can put it on the website. All right, let's talk about it. So I've been working on Jesse's website pretty much for the last 4 hours. It's starting to look really different, a little revamping. But I might lose the internet tonight, so I might lose it in like an hour. So we're gonna kind of breeze through it. The reason is I don't know what happened, but I believe because we had 2 festivals this month. my budget got kind of like short. I don't understand how it just, my math doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's because I have I have stuff. I have different cards. I have money on different cards. So I put them on different things so I can save. And sometimes it's really hard to save in a relationship. Let's just put it that way. Where sometimes it's just really hard. Sometimes it's very hard actually. I don't know where I went wrong this month, but I kind of did go wrong somewhere. Well, anyway, I might lose the internet. It was kind of crazy because I wasn't really, I hadn't been home to use it because my mouse was acting stupid. So I couldn't finish Justice website because I've been working on that very diligently, and some commercials and like some stuff today, like actual commercials and things like that. I'm getting ready to start sending out stuff to the media, things like that, so that, to get them on interviews here in the city that we live in. It's one thing to get new Black media interviews. That's great, no, that's tight, that's beautiful, it's whatever, right? However, we live here in the city, and unfortunately, the Black representation here is boule and Democratic, and they're just can't. They say reach in, but they're not really trying to hear anything that we're talking about. So, I decided to go a different route. Unfortunately, the unfortunate part is that a lot of the people that I've decided to go with, as far as arranging interviews and things like that for Justice to talk about his campaign and his platform, because it's a lot different. It's a lot different from it's not a lot different from what he talked about on the interview, okay, with Church of Black Power. It's different because of what was there before. I changed it, and I cultivated a better, different message, more engaging, because not only do we have to touch our people, right, first, but we have other constituents as well that it has to be, has to serve. Very, very important. So, and everybody has a need, everybody has a tangible, so things like that, in that manner. And before, he wasn't getting very much interviews because of not being a Democrat, I think, and the fact that he's pro-Black shit. Nobody's already hear about it all the time. I don't give a fuck. So, the weird thing that it created has been very, very good. You know what I mean? There's our shit, and then there's their shit. You see what I'm saying? It's like two Americans. Let's put it like that. There's us and them, right? So I've been working on it, and I was working on it just up until like about 15, 20 minutes ago. I stopped because I had to hurry up and come do the show. I don't have a lot of time because I had to sneak. I had to basically sneak. Jesus Christ, everybody's typing. It's serious. I'm not right there. Does that. I see Jason Pearson. What he's done now. I don't know yet. We're gonna find it together. You're too well. Oh, you're not feeling well, Navi? Me neither. I want a second opinion. It's 1:11 a.m. Virtual. We're gonna be there. We're gonna be there, Michael. Don't worry. I saw that today. So yeah. Let's see here. Hear that. Let's see. Of course, not because I believe in you. Right. And I gotta set up a lot of things. Like I had to revamp this PayPal thing, like because I take care of everything just for right now. And let's start raising just a little bit of money since I need just a little bit of help. Yeah. I'm gonna get better. You're gonna get better. We're gonna get better. We're really gonna get better. Okay. You're gonna get better. Fuck everything else. We're gonna get better. Okay. Everybody else can kick rocks. But me and you are gonna get better now. You trust and believe. I know that. All right. I don't know what Justin Pearson's got going on, but this Flake, he's been over there just FaceTiming Kamala. He's doing the most, man. He's been pretty actively doing the most. So that's right. So I want to say this: I might lose the internet, but don't believe the hype. I'll be back on the 1st. It's only a couple of days, so it's just that when this bill hits like in like the 20th, and then there's like 10 days, you know, and in those 10 days I've been sick and fucking back and forth to Jess's house and mine, and I'm just, you know what I mean, like, and then you know, my tablet and everything, it's like when you think all the mechanisms can break, right? Like the tablet stopped taking a charge. I blame Jesse. Broke my chargers, but then it's totally dead, and I can't get it to start back up. And it's a brand new motherfucking tablet, really irking me. Then I couldn't get the mouse to register. I had Jesse come shake the mouse, the little chip in the back of the thing, so that it would work. Yeah. Who you telling? Who are you telling? I don't want to talk to everybody either. If I could go away, can I try not to? Because I think females are trying to. No, we're gonna blame you. I think females are trying to test my gangster this month. So I already got into it like verbally with like 3, 4, fucking 5 females last week. I was like, try Jesus Christ, leave me alone, because you really don't want these hands. really. Must be test my gangster weekend, you know. The heat be getting to motherfuckers' brains, and they just think they just bold and ballsy. Okay, fuck around if you want to. But something like that. So everything fell apart all in 1 week, and then we managed to pull it back together, only for it to come on the last day of the internet. And I managed to get home just in time to start working on Jesse's website. So I've been like over there, over here, over there, over here, over there. You know what I mean? Moving it around, changing up the message, putting things, you know, in nice, neat. Yeah, he did. She had to shake the computer, blow it out, and recharge it. Then it was working fine. And so when I got home, I was like, okay. So I watched the show. I had got it started, and now Jesse, go look for Ray, please, because I sent him all that stuff, and I don't have I can't get it to nobody else because I don't have it on the computer. Yeah. Right. I'm like, man, just leave it alone. Like, shit. Like, you're like, just stop. Yeah, too. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Like, it was really causing me a lot of trauma. Like, I can't do it because I can't lift up, like, you have a heart condition as bad as mine. You can't really lift more than 5 pounds. And this desktop is like kind of heavy for me, but it's awkward. It's like an all-in-one. It's really awkward for me. So when I think I got a hold of it, that motherfucker slipped out my hand and fall behind the desk. You know what I mean? It's like a correlation thing. So I was just glad he did it because he could do it. You know, just go pick it up, change it, flip the chip, make it work, and he did it. And I was like, okay, cool. But I had to get him to come all the way from his house, all the way over here. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. We're good now. Except for like up today. So if I lose y'all, just know I'll be back on the 1st. I'll be back in like 2 days' time. Everything else has been going good today for the most part as soon as I got home. It's been going good. Y'all are gonna be pleasantly surprised with his website as I'm working on it. So I'm gonna do multitasking right now. We got a nice little show lined up. We're gonna see a couple different things. I want to see what this fool is talking about. I want to see what he's talking about because he was on the end. This is Mr. Pearson. He's like fucking church. I think he wants to be a pastor in his daytime hours. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. I think it's cold water and rest. I think that would do me good. Okay, let me get over there real quick. Let's get this started. I'm so happy to see y'all, and I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, the black one, man, the little black one. She's my cat. I'm supposed to, cleaning her eyes, looking at her, and bonding with her. And that little broad fucking she bit me, scratched me, and hollered at me, and I was like, you know what, you little witch. Like, oh my God. But Rupert, he saw everybody was getting in trouble. He decided to be a good boy today. He was good. Yeah, little black magic. Little black magic is definitely acting in her spirit. I totally abused that goddamn cat with the spirit of black magic. She's totally acting in it. Okay. I was like, you little wench. Like, did you know you bite me? Because, like, attacking me, like, all out of nowhere. I'd spray her, I spanked her. No, Rupert's knows already. He knows. He's following her up to the rafters. She's dressed like that. I said, Rupert. Like, Rupert, get down before you get spanked. She already knows she's going to jail. And you get down and lay down. You lay down. He was like, I'm not getting in trouble. You ain't getting in trouble at all. It's been good all day for like 2 days, where his sisters have just been tripping. Both of them. Khalifa doing Superman fucking leaps and bounds on the chair. The rolly chairs. She'll jump from the window to the chair, and the chair will slide like 3 more feet. I was like, yeah, like this is just stop. Like, you know what I mean? Just stop. Yeah, I know. I was holding her like a little baby, and I was like rubbing her, talking to her, lit her face, real calm. And all of a sudden, she just flips out. She just like snaps at me, like, she says, look in her eyes. I was like, man, bitch, you always mugging. Like, why you always have an attitude? I'm just trying to be nice. I'm not trying to hurt you. I was like, you know what, you little wench? Fuck you. Get down then. You know what I mean? I hope your eyes seal shut. I tell you straight, talking to her like that, like, she just brings the ugliness out of me. Like, little wench. Yeah, she totally acted in her spirit right now. It's I can't say it's the moon. She's really in her spirit. So I was like, okay, all right. You want to make me bite your ear? All right, let's get started. All right, Justin Pearson. Let's see what he talked about.
Who burned up? Who burned up?
You know his afro has grown in life.
I said, who burned up? Memphis, y'all looking good, baby. Tennessee in the house. This movement for justice is in the house. And we can't be stopped. Wow. I am overwhelmed.
Just for shits and giggles, man, I'm going to act like that one day. Like, if I decide I'm going to do something, I'm like, I'm going to act just like that, except it's going to be more militant. I'm like, yes, his afro has not grown or stretched out any longer than it's been for like 3 motherfucking years. I'm just saying.
I'm overwhelmed. Look at us. Look at us. We in here. Please give it up for Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, Congresswoman Summer Lee, and how about Congresswoman AOC? Right here in Tennessee. We are so fortunate to have such extraordinary leaders in our country.
And I'm like, we in here. We so fucking in here.
For such a time as this, who are willing to speak truth while in power, willing to stand up when it is not comfortable, willing to do and say the hard things when other folks won't.
Oh, baby, is that walking in the back?
Those are the types of leaders that we need in Washington, D.C.
And we need some of them to be going to the U.S. Senate. And at least one of them better be president of the United States of America. I want to thank my amazing family who's here, my amazing wife who is celebrating our 1-year anniversary in 2 days.
Oh, man. Yeah, the wife, I thought it was gay as hell.
As my legal, my esquire, my best friend, and to my amazing parents, Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, to Reverend Jason C. Pearson Sr. Y'all give it up to my parents. They made me.
See, Jesse, you see how people thank other people when they get acknowledged? I like to thank See how that worked? Yeah, I thought he was gay. I ain't gonna lie, man, because I didn't think he had a bitch.
Literally into the person that I am, to my oldest brother, Keyshawn Pearson. Give it up for Keyshawn, who's standing in the gap for each and every one of my beloved brothers. And to my uncles, aunties, cousins who are here. Yeah, I see you. Standing with me, I appreciate you so much. To Latrice and Asia, where are they? Latrice is back here. Asia, you got some uncle babies hiding with you. Fat Daddy, Aiden, I say your government name. To Aiden, Tristan, and TJ, I am so proud of you all as your uncle. They are amazing nephew sons, and they have the best moms and bonus moms in the world. Give it up for Black moms.
Whoa.
I love and appreciate y'all so much. To America's best campaign team, JJP for Congress, and the 100 volunteers who made today possible. Thank you all so much today and tomorrow, because half of y'all need to come canvass. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll meet you in the parking lot. And to the angel of his house, and who is an amazing prophet, who is an amazing leader, and who is a beacon of hope during dark times and difficult times, the Reverend Dr. Stacy Spencer. God bless you. And thank you so much for being who you are. And to this amazing New Direction staff and team that has put on one of the largest political rallies in Memphis history. It is good for us to be here. I stand before you as Representative Justin J. Pearson, a 4th generation Memphian, a 7th generation Tennessean, whose family and ancestors have never quit striving to make their lives and the lives of their children better. Today, we are in the fight of our lives to make this district, our state, and this nation better for ourselves and for those who will come after us. See, I love Tennessee, and I love these United States of America because I know that according to most statisticians, I should not be here before you, but I am. See, my mother and father.
Jesse, you don't say Lord like that. He said Lord. Cuz, what is that? You don't have to put a T behind Lord, okay? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I've been booing. I was like, tomato. Goddamn right, it's Afro stagnant. And I don't think it's grown ever since he
had their first child, my oldest brother, Keyshawn, when they were just 15 and 16 years old. They'd have 2 more boys, Jason the second and Tim Pearson, God rest his soul, before I was born, when they were 20 and 21. See, they got told that they would not accomplish much in this life as teenage parents. And they got told they would be relegated to poverty and inopportunity as they walked Westwood High School with 2 boys.
I thought he was gay.
But they had some praying mothers. Mothers who'd been born into racist segregation in the South. The South that was filled with for whites and for colored signs. Mothers who lived in Westwood, one of the most segregated communities in Memphis and Shelby County. Mothers who had endured difficult divorces and still raised 5 and 6 children, respectively. See, my grandmama Gwen and grandmama Pearson were true Black Southern Christian matriarchs who believed the scriptures that if God be for us, it doesn't matter if every white supremacist in the Tennessee General Assembly is against us. And that nothing can separate us from the love of God that's found in Christ Jesus, no matter what they call us, no matter where they redline us, no matter how they try and lynch us, no matter the occupations they throw our way. Grandmama said, if God be for us, doesn't matter who or what is against, doesn't matter if he's a multi-millionaire giving himself $1 million in this campaign. If God be for us. Those weren't just words to them, they were affirmations. They were promises that were whispered into my parents' ears and our hearts. How we got here. What's now the most partisan branch of government, the United States Supreme Court, gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1964 and
let's scroll past this.
Break us. If 407 years of an unjust caste system could not cripple our ability to hold hope in our hearts and in our feet. If 400 and in this city that we call home, and a mass shooting took the lives of 6 people in Nashville, 3 of them just 9 years old. Some folks got silenced by the NRA and other folks got silently complicit in the plans of the status quo. But we stood up and protested the inaction of the legislature. And I became one of the Tennessee 3 because I believe every child deserves to grow up and deserves to grow old and deserves to be safe in their classroom, on the sidewalk, in their neighborhood, in every city, in every state in the United States of America. We organized and got the governor of this state to sign an executive order mandating that anyone who purchases a firearm has to get a background check. That's what we've been able to do. We don't quit. And because we didn't quit, we got appointed back by the county commission. And then we got reelected in the primary with 90% of the vote. And 2 years ago, before it, you deserve to plant in clean soil. We can't quit fighting. Because y'all, these data centers are dangerous. They're taking our fresh drinking water, using it to cool computers whose main job is to replace our jobs.
You know, I was the first one to report on that,
Just think about
data
that.
center in Memphis. I was like one of the first motherfuckers to bring it out to us, Black Valley. Because it was just, that news was not news. It was not be told for Black people, even though that data center, Jesus Christ, man, the little earrings I just did. Even though the data center was in an area like killing Black people, just killing Black people. So I was talking about it yesterday. I've been talking about it for a minute. And I showed it on the RVA maybe 8 months ago. I've been going heavy in the paint about it. Because this little community, it wasn't a very big community, but it's a nice little area. And there's this data center that Elon Musk decided to put up in one like overnight, basically, how the people put it, started killing the elders, started making the elders sick, started killing them, started giving them heart conditions, COPD. Like, look, I got COPD. I got unspecified COPD. They don't know how I got it, right? But I got it, right? But so Black elders were getting it too. And they hadn't smoked not one day in their life. Now me, I done did a whole bunch of shit to get it. So, I'm guilty for my own things. You know what I mean? But these people, their family are like, their hearts are in bad condition. They shake. They have neurological problems. That they're being it's like over pollution with sound waves and all this stuff that's going on. And it is siphoning a lot, and they don't give a fuck. Elon Musk don't give a fuck about this community, and he's killing black people. I think secretly he loves killing black people. I'm almost convinced. You see what I'm saying? Because every time he puts them up, they put them up in areas that are constantly around black people, black communities. And he's not the only one. There's several abusers of this, of doing this. But this particular data set he's talking about, I was the first one to bring it to everybody.
They're using the resource that we need to live to cool their computers to make billions of more dollars while making each and every one of us unemployed. That's what we are up against. And many folks thought that the fight in Memphis was in vain. They said the Chamber of Commerce is too powerful. Other elected officials had already quit. But what we have seen now is in urban centers and rural towns across Tennessee and the country, people are taking the model made in Memphis to fight back. And we're seeing moratoriums and the banning of data centers all across the United States of America. That's what happens when you stand up when it's not popular, when you stand on the side of right and righteous. You might not win the fight you wanted to, but you can help other people in the fight. You can help other people in the struggle, for the struggle for justice is always national complex can make more in trillions off of us. We're in another endless war, so warmongers and the military industrial congressional complex can make more billions of dollars while we suffer for resources right here at home. Rural folks in Pulaski and Hamburg are dealing with the closure of 16 rural hospitals since 2005 right here in Tennessee. 21% of Black African-American people have experienced felon disenfranchisement, so they are not able to currently vote in our state. Tennessee farmers are in billions of dollars worth of debt that they will never get out of. And last year, we saw the highest number of family farms close on record. The Farm Bill has been designed for the monopolies of those like Monsanto against the everyday people in Savannah and Bedford County. And families in Murray, like Memphis, are struggling with a minimum wage of $7.25 or maybe $10, where they're being kicked out and not able to afford the $800 in rent that it costs. They thought they were dividing us and separating us, but what is really shown is our issues are deeply intertwined and connected. And we have to realize the people on the other side of this fight, they want to divide us. They want us to find something to hate in our neighbors. Neighbors who really are just build this movement for justice rooted in love. They didn't count on this being an opportunity for us to challenge the status quo in a way that we've never challenged it before in Tennessee. They didn't count on this Black folk and white folk, richer folk and poorer folk getting together to stand up and to fight back against a system that's been designed against us. They didn't expect this. And for the first time in a long time.
All right, we're done with that. We're done with that. Okay, right before we hold on, right before let me open this up. The other day when I did the RVA, I've been covering just some shenanigans that Dr. Candace Matthews.
Man, let me go preach. You see, and that
some shenanigans that she's been up to lately, you know what I mean? And Jesse, don't be stealing my peoples. Jesse's just jacking me for everything, y'all. He thinks I'm just making it up, but I'm not. Okay, so yeah, no, I had to cut that off. Say that they because of the groups of people. Okay, right. Apparently, it don't matter. He's performative. There's a whole bunch of performative arts. They like that shit. This is getting them elected. They got the power, the party behind them. I guess. I don't know. It's confusing me. I would have thrown tomatoes at his ass. Yeah. Oh yeah. We have an understanding. I thought we had an understanding. See, I said no. So like, I said no because look, you have I tried to bring different things. Okay, I don't touch on everything that the new black media touch on because then it wouldn't be different. You understand? No, like he's not a real. He's not right. Yeah, because he everybody listen to everybody to touch everything. So I gotta bring stuff to y'all that isn't touched on or has been touched on, but it comes from a way different perspective. Right? So I have my certain group of things I like to look at. Yeah. Yeah. So no, this is the way it is. We're brief about that because I like, for example, I saw him use two of my people's over the last couple of days. I was like, Jesse, like that. So I hate that shit because he's like, come on, man. For somebody who doesn't like what I talk about, you sure do copycat me. You ain't like that's the thing, right? So I'm just giving him out. I don't think he's worse than Butch Ware. I don't really think I just don't think he's much of anything. And people like him though, so it doesn't matter. Right. I'd have to separate myself from him, you know what I mean? Because he does what he does over there. But I try to bring different things every show. And I try to do smart things, like bring you smart stuff where we can use our logical thinking, you know what I mean? Because I'm not we agree and we be out of code, right? Be out of code, but I have my own fucking brain. I'm my own leader. I lead myself. You did. So even though we're on the same alignment on code with majority of them, say 80% or 95% of the stuff, I still have my own brain. I can think for myself and I make my own choices. You know what I mean? I like what I like. And if I think it's good, then I show it to y'all. And we go through it together. You know what I mean? Like that, it's just like that. It's because I can't be a follower, guys. I can't say it because I can't say it because it sounded like I was gonna throw up in my mouth and say I was a follower. You know? I can't. You know what I mean? Just saying following. The following is like, no, I can't. Aries, don't follow nobody. You follow me. I'm leader. That you see where I'm going with that. So this is going to be a little bit. This is one of my favorite. I like to call my friend because I've been following him for a minute and talk to him once in a while. It's hood educated. And so anyway, back to Dr. Candace Matthews. I apologize, Dr. Candace Matthews. This wench has been just doing a real raggedy shit. And so the last time I did the RVA, which was a couple days ago, I showed her having a birthday party, which she made very political. Or she had a candidate there. It was a white candidate. He was a Republican. And, she was talking about getting the records for whatever. But she was kind of tipsy. You could tell she was a little drunk. But there was no respect there at the little party. The people that were there were so loud that they didn't give a fuck she was talking at all. They just kept on talking. And then she had Charleston White there. And Charleston White was calling everybody dumb niggas and not listening. And he was basically pointing out the fact that nobody was listening. But I think, however, I don't think he should have been calling anybody out their race, right? Right after that, then he get like some kind of I think somebody shot at him or some shit. Right? So now we're going to find out a little bit about that part. Because I really don't want to go into that video again. That video was like majorly distracting. And I don't like to see this woman like kind of tipsy or have been drinking or something It might have been her birthday or whatever, but you shouldn't grab the mic and just be, you know, you don't have no control over the space you're in. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to control the people you're in. If you're in some space like that, you feel like, and you know what, you can't be quiet or you can't be respectful, you get the fuck on out. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I would do it. You can't just sit down and be quiet. I'm only gonna be up here for 4 motherfucking minutes. You know what I mean? Just chill for a little bit. Let me get my shit out. Then we go back to drinking and kicking it. You know what I mean? But like, she didn't have no control over it. She wasn't even trying to control the people she had over there to, like, you know, simmer the volume down. So when Charleston White got the mic, you know, he calling everybody out their shit. And I felt like that was a bit much, you know what I mean? So now we're going to find out what happened with that right after that. Because he goes into blaming her, see what I'm saying, for the incident that happened afterwards of him getting shot at. My fault. I should just press play. I know Jesse's going to go on full screen. Hold on a sec. Maybe said Jesse say full screen.
Man, you know, let me go free. You see, and that, you know, Charleston White wasn't talking crazy until he got outside. Right?
I find it very stupid by Charleston White. I like. It's older. You know what I mean?
If you hood educated, I'm glad you made it. Allow me to unfold my knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from a hood brother's point of view to all of you here, there, and everywhere. Now check me out. Allow me to break this demonstration all the way down for y'all so that we can get a clear and better understanding as to why Charleston White believes that he was backdoored. Sister Candace Matthews, she's like a community activist down there in Houston, Texas. And she had a birthday party. Now, during this birthday party, she had some politicians come out there to the birthday party. She had some gangsters come out there to the birthday party because she rubbed shoulders and rubbed elbows with all these different types of people due to the work that she does for the community down there in Houston. So Charleston White pulls up in support of Candace Matthews and her birthday party. But little did Charleston White know is that where she was throwing her birthday party at is a business for Jay Prince's daughter. It's called The Nickel. It's her bar and grill place. Everybody that's around that area, being that it's in 5th Ward, has close ties to Jay Prince. If not close ties, they have favoritism favoring Jay Prince because of everything that he does for that community down there in Houston, Texas, in 5th Ward. So now when Charleston get there, it's all love, everybody high-fiving, they taking pictures and everything. But then after that, some gangsters walk up on Charleston White and they tell him, say, man, you know, you disrespecting Jay Prince, man, you need to apologize for that. Charleston White, in, you know, true Charleston White fashion, I ain't apologizing for nothing. And then he starts to go off. Now, after him going off and stuff like that, he gets into his car, he pulls off, and then somebody lets off a shot at Charleston White. Check it out.
You ain't talking about me. Hey. Yeah, I showed up by myself in your hood. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 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 Hey, y'all want to protect this whole ass nigga. Same nigga that sent me a dick, y'all want to protect this whole ass nigga.
So after all that, a couple of days went by, and Charleston White was getting DMs or emails or phone calls from all type of people in 5th Ward. And some of them people was telling Charleston White that, hey, man, listen, you've been backdoored. We lured you down there to try to kill you. Yeah, but the cold-blooded part about everything, Charleston White is now saying that the sister who's a community activist, he is saying that she had something to do with it. He is saying that Candace Matthews helped lure him down there to get him killed by mob ties. And being that when he stepped foot into the establishment, Candace Matthews, my fault, y'all. Candace Matthews, her husband, and all them, nobody stepped to Charleston White and said, hey, look, check this out. Do you understand where you at?
Do you know that you are in Jay Prince's Bar and Grill? And you do understand that you in 5th Ward, they can't stand you down here? So Charleston White is saying that because nobody like Candace Matthews or her husband or anybody else stepped to him and said, hey man, look, you need to get up out of here. He believes that they set him up to be killed. Check it out.
I'm right in front. And you know what? And I'm gonna say this, Charleston, your fight, you have your fight on how you do your stuff, bro.
Man, Dr. Ken, all I know, y'all left me vulnerable. Somebody should have been whispering in my ear. This is this man's daughter establishment. Get out of here. We seeing what he doing. So I ain't caring about nothing. Y'all watch this nigga do this to me. And only for me to come back and lie and say I wasn't invited. I'm fucked up by lying.
It was a public event. Everybody's invited.
I didn't know it was. She finna piss me off because she's scared now.
Yeah. Fucking hoe. Like,
no,
like,
they've been doing this for 35, 40 years. With very respectable names. I'm a cash cow to a bunch of people. I can sign a brand deal with Pokemon card. We don't need this on my record when I don't even do anything with black people anymore. I was just showing up to an invite for a friend. I can't take the smut, and I got all these brand deals on the table, and this gunshot is being fired at someone else's event, and they blame it on me. There's a text message that said I was lured there. I said, I don't believe it, but my agency do.
You was lured.
I know it ain't true, but my agency believe it.
How were you lured somewhere and you didn't even know you was coming?
So this is what they're saying. Somebody inside that camp tried to reach out to TMZ and said I was invited to take my last breath like they did Takeoff.
But check it.
Yeah, it's selfish leaders.
And you didn't even know you was going.
They saying that's why nobody told you that was Jay Prince's daughter establishment and she was there. Is what they're saying.
What?
They said, why didn't nobody tell him that so he can leave?
Well at all.
They let him stay there not knowing that she was there in the building.
Years.
Nobody say, man, niggas her dollars. Nigga don't got. I wouldn't have took a drink because I was in pause.
There's nothing cool about
but when I look back in hindsight, the double shots was 4 shots.
He's a fucking liar and he knows it.
But I'm at my sister's birthday party. I'm a weed smoking nigga. I'm taking shots. I shot. Then they come in and hit me with the 1942. Now I'm drunk.
Oh, you're a lightweight nigga.
And everybody, listen. Everybody got a smiling face.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody act like they don't see the nigga with the fat jaws. And I keep mentioning it out loud.
Y'all see what Charleston's saying? Like, he really believed in his mind that Candace Matthews and her husband knew that Jay Prince now was on their way, or not Jay Prince, but his goons was on his way, and that he was coming there. And so he believed that they set him up. He believed that they backdoored him to get him killed. But now the cold-blooded part about all this is this right here. If you heard in the video, Candace, she kept saying, how could someone lure you there? You didn't even know you was coming there, right? Mm-hmm. Because from her understanding, she didn't even invite Charleston White. But Charleston White is saying that, yeah, you did invite me. You see?
GSP, when I go to Mississippi, you gotta take me on a horse ride, cuz? Because that's all I want to do. I want to let my hair out. I'm serious. I am so serious. I want to ride horses and play music, and it's my hair just blowing in the wind, all glorious and shit. I'm serious. I'm very serious. Very fucking serious. Like 2027 serious, okay? I'm serious. I need a vacation. Yeah, no. How you doing, brother? Glad to see you. Glad you're here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me just get this stuff. Yeah, no, she lied. He lied.
Or you invited me through somebody else.
She gonna feel like that.
You see, so it's a complicated situation. But at the same time, nevertheless, Charleston White believed that he was backdoored. Now, look, being that he's trying to throw this on Candace Matthews, I don't know about that part right there. If somebody else invited him with the intent to backdoor him, I believe that the goons would have been there, because y'all heard what Charleston White said. He said that they had to rally up the troops, or they had to come, because when he first got there, it was all love and dandy. Like, it was all fine and dandy. Wasn't no problems or nothing. Then the goons started coming once his picture got taken and people understood that he was at the event. That's when they came. So that's why I got to question this backdoor theory, because listen, you know, usually when the backdoor is played, look, they gonna be sitting there waiting for you. You understand? So as soon as you pull up, they gonna be right there waiting. You might not even make it in the event, because they gonna be right there and they got a mission to do. Hey, look, as soon as he pull up, we gonna kill him. We ain't finna let him pull up and go take pictures and, you know, say hey and all this old type of stuff. No. Soon as he pull up, we gonna put that work in. We running up on the cop. We gonna tear him down. You see, and that didn't happen in this situation. But not only that, though, the sister, Dr. Ken.
But look, you know, that's just gonna happen to this motherfucker anyway. He's a fucking off-brand. He do the most fucking fucked up shit. He's he's the epitome of racism and white supremacy. He played both sides of the field. And then he want to act a certain way, like, oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen. I didn't know they were gonna come for me. Hey man, this bitch, she done did this. I mean, cause he was calling everybody in there. He was like, and these dumb niggas, woo, just drinking. Like, I wrote that beautiful bean footage back. He was acting like a complete and total ass. You don't call people out there. You don't call people out like that. I mean, I'll find it. I'll go look for that video. I had to put it on there like 2 days ago. He was like, and these dumb niggas can't shut up when somebody's speaking. That's what he was talking. That's how he was talking about loud, because the people in the spot, they were really loud. They kept getting louder. Okay, I thought they got louder as soon as they started talking. Right? They were show. They didn't show that broad no. They showed Candace Matthews no motherfucking respect by simmering and quieting down so she could speak and give some propaganda speech about, you know, the white man and this motherfucker and, you know, getting records and you know, doing whatever. I feel like I need to go find that video just like a argument. You know what I mean? So like he was acting stupid. He was acting stupid in that bitch. Like, let's see if I can find it real quick. Just look. I'm just gonna look. I'm not gonna go nowhere. I'm just gonna look, see if it's like relatively close. Okay. It is relatively close. You know, I don't have to like really work for it. Yeah, no, she was acting up. He was acting up. He was definitely acting up. He was definitely acting up. And they couldn't quiet. Like, I think, how you gonna have a party and it's your party, but you can't calm nobody down. You can't get a control of the people in your spot. You can't tell them, hey, look, you know, like, just chill the fuck out and let me get this out, my sister. Ooh, right? You can't do none of that. Go look over there. You see what I'm saying? So he was acting stupid too. He was loud, and he was trying to be louder than the crowd, but he was being disrespectful as usual, verbally. And not to mention, you know, motherfucker's been coming for him since like whatever. He's salacious. He's like he's good. Like I said, racism, white supremacy play both sides of the field, you know, both sides of the conversation. He is like that. Just look at the fucking Carmelo Anthony case right there off top. Just that alone. You know what I mean? Just that alone is and these are two people that are like, you know, they talk to each other. You see what I'm saying? Charleston White fucking leading the family down the wrong path to all sorts of, like, you know, misery and dismay. Now look at the boy, right? And her not showing up for a year and like 3 extra days. And here she is now. You know what I mean? She's in the same state. You see what I'm saying? It's all like together. It's like, come on now. Like,
Candace, she kept on saying that, man, look, you wasn't even invited. And she even said that on camera. You understand that Charleston White had called her out the blue sky. And she let him know, hey, look, check this out. Hey, look, this one I'm at. You know, it's my birthday. You know what I'm saying? Pull up on me. So, I mean, if you want to look at that as an invite, then of course, yeah. But How would she invite him right then and there when she not even knowing that he in the city? And then she gonna say, hey, yeah, come on. And then say, hey, look, he on his way, y'all. Y'all get everything together. Charleston White on his way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, that she would put her life on the line. Not only that, put her career on the line, put her put her reputation on the line to set up Charleston White to be killed by mob ties. Even though if she got close ties to them or she cool with them and stuff like that, it's just too many things that would link back to her. I don't believe that she's that illiterate.
But she's salacious, but I don't think she go to that extent. He would do it to himself, though. You see what I'm saying? He would do it to himself. Hold that thought right there. Hold that thought, family. He would do it to himself because he just like that. You see what I'm saying? He just like that. He put himself in these little predicaments. So I can't feel sorry for an old boy. You know what I mean? Because he put himself through these type of situations. You know what I mean? Religiously. Let's see. That's the saddest thing. Hold on, let's show you real quick. So let me show you. Okay, I gotta pull it up. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Here, share. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I showed this the last time I was over here on the RVA. I was just gonna scroll. She was like, the dude, the white man that was there, she made her birthday party like real political. Like, you know what I mean? So her saying that she didn't invite him, I think that's cap because she made that shit kind of political. She had a political crisis there. A man running for some sort of records division or some shit. I don't know. But she was talking about, am I supposed to fight a case and I can't get the fucking record? Like that. She was real messy about it. I was like, God damn, like, put the shit down. Like, really? Like, first of all, why you bring a whole camera crew to your birthday party? Like, did you know you're going to be doing some talking? Like, why would you do that? It is my motherfucking birthday. I'm not reporting the news. I'm trying to get in my two-step. Real shit, I'm trying to dance. Ask Jesse. We was at the motherfucking Black Arts Festival, and I was trying to dance in my shit. And then I was like, come on, cuz, still for me, please. Because I couldn't do it. He didn't want to. He did not want to. Okay? But I was trying to dance in my little whip. I was feeling the two-step crew. Right? I was feeling it, the little line dancers and shit. I wanted to line dance too. He was not feeling it, though. You see what I'm saying? You think I want to be reporting the motherfucking news? I barely want to report the news on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You hear me? What in the fuck is going on with this? Hold on a second. Okay. There you go. This.
That's going to protect our people. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to run nobody that ain't going to be for the best interest of our people. Okay? Now look, I'm gonna be very clear. We got Democrats, we got Republicans, and we got independents. But what I'm all about is who is the perfect person that's gonna fit our agenda and our goddamn people. Okay, so with that county clerk, let me be clear. When y'all call me and tell me Dr. Matthews, the police did this to me, or Dr. Matthews, they didn't do this shit to me, or Dr. Matthews, da-da-da-da. How can I help you if I can't get the goddamn court document?
He didn't want to do it.
So
he never wants to do anything.
Who we got at this point right
that's why it's not
who
fun.
used to be the county clerk for Harris County is Chris Daniels. Wait a minute, y'all still talking. Like, I'm trying to put y'all on some goddamn game because when y'all call me to help you, how can I help you if I don't got this motherfucking
Ray, check the damn email, cuz. Please, brother.
So look, when it comes to dealing with cases, let's say you got the police that messed over. Let's say you got child support case that messed over. Let's say you got a misdemeanor case that messed over. How can me and my team, help you if I can't get the goddamn shit? I'm not able to get it unless we got a county clerk that's in place to give me what I need.
It's about her.
So, Chris Daniels, where you at? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. So, look here. This is what I got right now.
So, big old sweaty ass motherfucker white man.
Everybody, y'all need to listen.
Good.
I don't need folk in this position. This position is a very critical position. I don't need people in this position that's not going to be for the best interest of us. Do you hear me? When I have to turn...
She's saying this, I'm like, who's us? Well, I'm looking at this, like, who the fuck is us? And who are you talking about now? Because, look at this, like, bitch, what you mean? What do you mean? Us? Who's us? You know what I mean? You got me looking like, oh my God, like, what is this? You know what I mean? You couldn't find no black representative. I mean, nobody, not even like nobody can run. You just like, him. All right, guys.
Around, y'all come to me and tell me that this happened to you, this happened, da 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 da. I gotta be able to pull the court documents. How can I pull the court documents if I don't have a county clerk who gonna give it to me? Do y'all hear what I'm saying? I can't do it without this guy. So everybody, he's on the ballot for November. Chris Daniels. Now I'm gonna be clear. Let me be clear with this real quick. Chris Daniels is a Republican.
Oh Lord.
I'm just gonna be real. He's a Republican.
I can just see.
But I'm about what's right for my goddamn people.
What
people? And when I need to help you, he's gonna help me help you. So Chris, tell them what you're doing, goddammit. Tell them.
Well, as you said, I'm Chris Daniel, a former Harris County District Clerk in charge of almost every judge and jury duty in Harris County. I stayed forever just north of...
Just stop right here. This is what I be talking about. I don't know about the space. We obviously found out of Jay Prince and shit or whatever. Who cares, okay? But this is white politicians pandering in black spaces with black, for black people. And you got a motherfucking, obviously the sister just lost her goddamn mind. Must have. But she's like, well, I need him. I can't get my work done without him. Like, you hear me? And like, why would you do it before him? Like, you see what I'm saying? This is how you want to waste your birthday? This would not be how I do my birthday. First of all, there would be no white people anywhere near me. That's going to be up top. That's right there. You hear me? Jesse can't come because he don't want to dance. So everything else is going to be, we're just going to check out some good time. There's some bones. Let's do some music, smoke some weed. You hear me? Just can watch from the outside because you don't want to dance.
Here off of Bama North Houston and 249.
Yeah. Whatever.
The courthouse. Do it again. My cell phone is on the website. You can call me personally. I'm reachable. You don't have to go through 5 layers of people to call me.
I'm sure.
We don't need nobody that's going to turn around and be like, oh, I don't know where it's at. We got to have somebody that's locked in that's going to help our people regardless of what party you with. You understand what I'm saying? We don't need nobody hiding shit. We don't need nobody that's going to turn around.
They had to walk 2 endorsements back. Not to mention some fucking fraudulent fucking doctorates and shit back. She just, I don't know how motherfucker. I thought you had to go to school to get a doctorate. Apparently you could just buy them. I showed that too a couple of weeks back. This is saying like she's been making some real poor decisions. You know what I mean? On top of showing up 3 days later for the Carmelo Anthony case. You're not even a check-in, not even a, you know what I mean? So, like, I should have done some real questionable walking it back. And I'm like, how can we take, like, and messy? You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of okay with some salaciousness to an extent, to a point. You know what I mean?
Like, oh, I don't know where it's at. We don't need none of that. We need somebody.
Yeah, okay, we get it.
From dead end. When I got people that's calling me from Southwest, when I got people that's calling me around Harris County, God damn it, I'm gonna call you and tell me, give me the goddamn record. I can't get it. If I got a motherfucker that's gonna try to hide the shit. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying this again. He running for county clerk, y'all. We gotta put him in office. Period. I'm voting for Chris Daniel, goddamn. Even though I'm a goddamn Republican, because guess what? Anything I needed from Chris, I was able to get it when he was in office. And I'm a whole goddamn Democrat. Because guess what? He not bought. He's not one of the motherfuckers that's in the establishment. He's about what's right.
At one point in this little interview, I skipped past it. She's somewhere, she's like, man, you want to deal with me? It's going to cost you 20 bands. It's like, what?
What's
you know what I mean?
That's what's important. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And goddamn it, when you call me, and you got to pay me that fee because you know I ain't going for free. You got to pay me. But when you call me, and then I get on him, I'm like, hey, man, this is the case number. I need this. I need every dirt on this bitch. In order for me to get it, I got to have somebody that's over the goddamn record to get it goddamn done. How fast you get it? You understand? And guess what? Who gonna get it? Me. Charles, come here. Because you a goddamn Republican, I'm a Democrat.
He wasn't invited. He like he wasn't invited, right? He acted like he wasn't invited.
Charles Surratt, goddamn Republican. Look, I've been knowing this motherfucker for years. And me and him been going at it. But guess what? We found a common ground because we're about what's right and what's wrong. Like, when that shit happened to Carmelo Anthony, Charleston got on that goddamn phone and called me and say, hey, sis, I need you to go down there to McKinney, Texas.
That, you know, that's a goddamn lie, because he was over there doing, calling a motherfucker, and he was on speakerphone telling all the business. I covered that too on the RVA, talking about how he lied to, how he led that family down the wrong path, talking about there's some good in white people just wouldn't throw the boy away, that type of shit. You know what I mean? And he led him down the wrong path, talking about, you know, you gotta get you a little white lawyer and woo, right? And then turned around and started talking shit because he thought the daddy was not like masculine enough or whatever the fuck he said. And then went over there to the motherfucking Metcalf family, raised money for them too. You see what I'm saying? So he's played both sides of the motherfucking fence. So we know that's cap is what she said. You hear me? Because we heard it when it was happening. I covered it.
And then look, and the county clerk, like when he running for, released all the public information. Okay? So what I'm saying to y'all, regardless if he's Republican or not, bitch, you black first. So when he called me and say, hey sis, I need you to go down there. I need you to expose these bitches. That's what the fuck I did, and I did it in one fucking day. And look, I gave his ass the fucking leverage with them motherfuckers because they turned around, they was like, hey, can you call her off of us? Please, call her off of us. And all that. I told you, fuck them bitches.
You see what I'm saying? So where the fuck is this energy? Because she didn't give us no news we could use. Did she? In that little speech when she came 3 days later, we did not get no news that we could use. We knew exactly what happened. It was already too late. The motherfucker was on the long bus to the motherfucking penitentiary. So no, she didn't give no news. that we use? You didn't tell us nothing we didn't already know. And if that's the case, where's all this fucking vital information that old boy got her, right? For the Carmelo Anthony case, right? Questions. Nobody's even talking about it right now. Am I wrong? Did I miss something? You know what I mean? So I'll call a cap on that too, because I've been paying attention. That's why I be showing it. And this motherfucker just cheesing away like demonic shit, because like you wouldn't think, like, why you think he getting shot at or beat up on or pistol whipped? He done got jumped at a show, pistol whipped in the barbershop, shot at. But here you think people call him all kind of fucking names. This motherfucker straight snitch. I showed that too. You dig? So what you know, like, are you serious? Like, this what you doing? Like, oh no. That I definitely wouldn't have that in my party either. You know what I mean? No snitches, no white folk. No. And I'm not reporting the motherfucking news either.
I told Charleston, fuck them bitches, because at the end of the day, what they did was wrong. The DA is a fucking freak. You run around here being a hoe ass nigga, run around here fucking folk and doing all this shit on fucking purpose. And you didn't fund it because that's
let the white man move around.
Right? So when Charleston,
where'd that come from? You see the white man move around? He's like, oh god, that shit is going into too much. Like, do you hear anything about the motherfucking DA being nasty? I didn't. So.
Call me, y'all. No, I'm be real. Listen, y'all.
Notice something.
I need everybody to listen. Hold on. So when Charleston called me, he said, hey sis, I need you to go to McKinney because this is what they do.
Yeah, right.
So when he called me and let me know, I went down there and I exposed all their asses.
Okay, motherfucking late, cuz.
Hey, Charleston, in that conversation, can you come out?
Say, hey, listen, I know a lot of y'all ain't paying attention. I know a lot of y'all ain't paying attention because y'all think a lot of what she's saying is bullshit. But listen, the power lies in the booth. If you can't start at the bottom of the political process, you can't wait 4 years to try to elect your president to have power. Power starts right here. You don't know nobody in the city that can get a white elected official to come down to talk to a bunch of drunk niggas that won't even listen. They won't even listen. You can't get nobody in the city that'll get a white elected official that'll come talk to a bunch of drunk niggas who won't even listen. They ain't even stop talking. So the next time you have one of these events, you gotta take the drunk niggas out of the mix. Because the drunk niggas, they're still talking while the political process is talking. They don't go to the polls. The niggas that's still talking right now, these gonna be the same niggas complaining when we go back to slavery. They gonna vote us back to slavery. Why? Because we don't have permanent rights. Say, drunk niggas. All the drunk niggas, listen up. 33% of your kids in Houston cannot read on or above their grade level. And I see why. Because when proper information is given, niggas get dumb. Niggas get stupid when real information come along. But I done seen niggas fill up the building. I done seen niggas come down here just because I'm here because they looking for trouble. They looking for trouble. But nigga, we got political elected officials here. We got county commissioners here. The person who got access to the files in the county run the county. Dumb niggas. During the pandemic,
See what I'm talking about?
During the pandemic, the mayor didn't shut the city down. It was the county commissioner. It was the county commissioner. The microphone dead. The nigga that ain't got the battery charged up for the proper information. All I'm gonna say is, we fucked up as a race of people. We fucked up as a race of people. We got a woman who turned her birthday party into a political information campaign. And niggas would need to be quiet long enough to get the information.
And then they start playing the music. Right? They start playing the music. Like, wrap that shit up, cuz. Hold on a second. I gotta get over to the other side. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? That before is just he was just tripping. So all that shit he was talking about just a second ago, was a whole bunch of lies. It was a whole bunch of lies. It's a whole bunch of cap. You know what I mean? Like that's some real shit. Hold on a second. Let me get ready. Let me talk over. Hold on a second. Make sure this make sure this is going good. Hold on a second. So I was paying attention to the chat. I was just like, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's how he was talking. And they were listening, like, you know what I mean? And he just kept saying, look, he said they gonna put us back in slavery. And I was like, no, they're not. Like, you see what he tried to do that there? He's like, they gonna vote us back into slavery. What are you talking about right here? Okay. So let's put this stuff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like I like the dad said he was not trying to have none of that. Then I got a sunburn. And I was not pleased. And he said he didn't get one, but he did get a little one. He's gonna try to have me out on the weekend again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. See? Yep. That's it. So you see what I'm talking about? So how can you really act stupid about this? Nah, she likes what she likes, man. She's just been I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's what I'm talking about, DSB. I was like, none of that would be going on for me. I can't understand that. I can, yep. Dude looks like he's from Sparta. Yeah, so I was like, I just get to the messages real quick. I don't know, man. He's white. I don't give a fuck what he supports. He said, if it's associated with that, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if I don't care. Like, I really don't care what he supports, because she just kept saying my people, you know, like, but you know what I mean? Look who you associated with, and look what you're talking about, how you talking, you know, like, about the hate crime, the reparation shit, take the chase. I don't want to be there. Right, deadly. That's what I'm saying. Here's a lie. Stop lying. I had to make you do it. And how's that? That hurts about me. That's what I said. Like, no white people. Jesse gets to watch from the window because they like the dance. That's what I said. Yep. No, Jesus Christ, I missed a lot of messages. Yeah, there's like I don't. It's like I was asking Jesse this. I said, is this what activism is coming to? You know, like dude, I cuss a lot. And I really don't try to tone down. Like I'm beyond that now. Like I'm beyond placating and toning down. I just do what I want, right? And so I know. But if I want to talk, if I want to speak well, okay, or eloquently, I know I can. I just don't want to. Right. She's messy. She's drinking. You know what I mean? She's drinking. And to okay, you're around all these political candidates, right? You don't want to talk like that. I don't think you want to talk like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, no. Charles the White, yeah, he was talking too. Right. Yeah, over there. You see how he was talking to everybody? You see how he's being disrespectful? In a sense, like, if you was trying to get their attention, maybe you could have did it differently. But they didn't have no respect for him either. And they turned the music up. They turned the music on him. They landed his plane for him. You know what I mean? Like, they hit him with that music. He was like, I'm done. I was like, hey, well, yeah, you kind of have to. And then did I miss all these messages? I didn't know who her dude was. I didn't even know she had a dude. I was like, because she kind of like, I don't know, man. I can't really tell. I'm like, you know, I have my talkative moments too. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like that's just a part of my nature. You know, like I just feel like that. But he was just doing like a lot of lying. You know what I mean? Like I felt like there was a lot of lying. Hold on. Let me put this back in here somewhere. What the hell? Okay. Yes. I touched something and the whole thing made its own little window.
I mean, I could be wrong, but just in my belief, I don't believe that she's that illiterate. I believe what happened is this right here. Charleston White pulled up to her event after talking to her in 5th Ward, a dangerous spot for him to be in the first place. And then he expected it to be love. And then when it turned out to be something else, he got upset. And he started to do what he normally.
He was invited. He went there. He did what he was supposed to do, whatever she asked him to do, and then he left. Right? So all that extra shit he was doing before, he lied. He was lying.
Do talk crazy to the people that are there, you know, disrespect the people that are there. And after doing all that disrespect and doing all that crazy talk, he got ran up out of there because them boys approached him. Now, there's another brother that has a whole different view of this whole demo, and he's saying it didn't even go the way that Charleston White said it went.
And Charleston White said, there's motherfuckers that want to cause trouble because I'm here. He said that in that video. So where he goes, motherfuckers do want to put heads on him. I mean, he can say he a character all he want, and he's just in a role, but he really pushed that line, and so much to where they jump you at your shows, right? They pistol whip you in the barber chair. They get you. They put you in jail for what did you do? He abused an animal or some crazy shit, right? Long time ago, something crazy like that, right? You riding around like you don't give a fuck. You know about you just having a pistol or whatever. You provoking shit. You play both sides of the motherfucking both sides of racism and white supremacy when it comes to a young man going to the penitentiary for like 30-something fucking years. You know what I mean? You played both sides and was talking mad shit at the end of the day, and you can't say you're for the people when really, how can you be for black people if you're constantly just you? I gotta hope. I ain't never seen no white people, do anybody so bad. Like, come on, cause for real, you're in the South, like you're in Texas. Really, like, shut the fuck up, man. I used to live in Texas for like 5 motherfucking years. I used to live in Texas, Florida. You know what I mean? That's meander all through the fucking South. You can't tell me that as a black person, you just believe in the good old strength of motherfucking white Americans. Come on now, man. I can't believe it. I can't even in my heart of heart believe it. Because as I say it, I feel like I want to throw up in my mouth because it's a lie.
He say Charleston White pulled up, sat in his car for a long time. He came there with some police or some white guys or something like that. Then that, Charleston White walked in there. And then when they ran up on him, he got pushed up out of there. And another reason why I believe that this sister ain't have nothing to do with it, because if you remember in the video that I just showed y'all about Charleston White, he said the nigga with the fat jaws, right? He's talking about this brother that I'm about to show y'all. This brother not only tells exactly what went down, but he also gets mad at Candace Matthews for even bringing Charleston White, because in his mind, he thinking that she brought him, she invited him. But at the end of the day, she really, well, you know what? We can't say she did invite him. I got to be honest, because if he called her and she said, hey, look, this one, man, come through, come holler at me, we got to consider that an invite. So the brother that I'm about to show y'all, he's saying that for her even bringing him.
She did. Y'all seen it. She did. She called that motherfucker to the front. She gave him the mic. Cuz was calling everybody dumb niggas and woo woo woo. They won't listen. They can't shut up. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? All this salacious shit, you be loud. Talking about we's fucked up as a race. So yeah, she did bring him there. He was sitting behind her comfortably. He was standing around her comfortably. Until she started doing saying some old weird ass shit. The white man moved around. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's seen it with their own little eyes. That's how I had to pull tape.
That she's out of pocket, and he even goes in on her.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
And Candace Matthews, for you, I used to think that you was really doing something for the community, the way how you be putting on and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But after that shit right there, I know that you for yourself. You brung that nigga out here intentionally. You talking about for your birthday, but you got these politicians up in there and trying to get people to elect bro and all this shit. And you got this nigga to come up here and talk. And this nigga get up there and disrespect every black person in the room. Remind you, the whole room damn near full with black people other than the agents that he had up in there with him. Them was the only non-blacks was agents.
Mm-hmm.
You sat up there as he was going and you told him to keep going. Then you proceeded to say that to get to you, it costs 20 bands. Bitch, you ain't for the people, you for yourself. Right. You brought that nigga over there with the intentions of that shit. You know all the bullshit that this nigga do. And this is the nigga that you have come out.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, you foul.
Foul.
And I don't want to hear nobody saying like I'm wrong for calling her a bitch and all that. Because ain't nobody said this nigga was wrong for disrespecting my grandma. My dead grandma. He disrespect my family. So fuck that bitch. Because she on his side. She with him.
Mm-hmm.
You bitch ass nigga. You did all that old loud hoorah ass shit once you made it outside and to the car. When you was inside that building, you weren't talking like that. So you telling the story, but you leaving some shit out, some key pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them about the part when you were saying, just let me go in peace. Let me go in peace.
Oh, you was taking.
Tell them about the part when you said, man, I don't want no problems, man. Let me go in peace. You talk about niggas shouting at you. Tell the truth, nigga. When you pulled off, you let your window down, and when you got a little bit up the street, you let a shot off.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck would somebody shoot at you and you up the street? What fucking sense does that make, nigga? Your bitch ass let a shot off because you knew when you run back to the internet and you throw up in there that you got shot at, that it was gonna make your shit do numbers. So you ain't been in the algorithm. We ain't been seeing your ass in a while. You've been quiet. Your hype didn't die down. So you had to find you a way to get yourself back up in there. You came out there.
I thought he shot that.
You came out there trying to
when they first shared it.
Start a situation.
Mm-hmm.
But niggas ain't going for that shit. Niggas seen that shit a mile away. Water down there and shit.
That's why nobody got real active.
You had agents with you, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Show them white boys. Tell them white boys to get in the camera that was with you. You ain't gonna talk about that, huh?
Nope.
We know that them two black people right there was Candace people. And we gonna get to her motherfucking ass too. We gonna get to Candace. Mm-hmm. We know that them was her people. Everybody know that. That's her people. They be with her all the time. But them white boys, the ones that escorted you in when you first went in, them niggas, the ones that came and peeped the scene before you went in. You pulled up and you sat in the car damn near an hour before you even went in. Mm-hmm. Nigga, tell all that shit. You leaving that shit out, nigga. See, the internet don't know. Know what I'm saying? And the people that was there that think they know, they don't really know. They was asleep. They don't know what the fuck was really going on. Mm-hmm. But I know. Yeah. I know, nigga.
See?
I know. And ain't nobody else. Don't go back and forth with your bitch ass. I do it though.
You got
so bitch ass.
Dislike because
then you making posts. Then turn your comments off her ass, nigga. Like, so a nigga can't comment on your shit. Bitch ass, nigga, you a hoe.
He is a hoe.
You a real live bitch, boy.
Mm-hmm.
And let's get back to the white boys.
They had like a real distaste, a real dislike for Cuz. He's over there airing him out like that. You know what I mean? They airing him out like that. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, airing him out. Like, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm laughing because he's a hoe. Charleston White guy, like nobody was watching. Like, I'll just say I'm with brother right here. I'm with this brother right here. You know, because they see me that pulled the little videos up left to right. But I'm like, tell you had to tell the motherfucking truth when they showed that first little clip where he's like, I pulled up to your motherfucking hood by myself, and he like skirts off like a hoe, like a straight bitch, and you hear ba, right? But you see the people, they kind of just like walk, like slow walked just to see what's carrying, and they're like, oh, just the whole ass motherfucker, woo, right? But they didn't go stroll down the street to see if he was okay or anybody else was okay, if anybody got hurt, because they're looking around like, well, ain't no projectiles fly this way. You know what I mean? He over there doing some old rodeo shit. The motherfucking street. He did that, and I was thinking that same shit to myself. I was like, man, he just shot off a couple hot boys to the air. Then none of them people did that. Man, they're more likely to whoop his motherfucking ass in to do all that, right? And he hasn't been making his rounds since the Carmelo Anthony thing, and he had to do all them motherfucking interviews. You know, he's talking all that shit with everybody, right? You know what I mean? So he was on I think the last time you saw that motherfucker, he was on No Jumper. You see him? Mm-hmm. Nah, I'm just saying, like, you can't say for our people, and that's your choice. And then he don't even want to be next to you because you just talking like you just showing that the liquor is getting to you. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of just you're in a different kind of inebriated spirit, and then you over there just talking about he said this, and she like, fuck them bitches over there talking about getting the records. Like, she didn't give us no news that we could use when that motherfucking with the Carmelo Anthony case. She got there a year and 3 days too motherfucking late in the same motherfucking state. You see what I'm saying? And what records did she really bring? what did she really do? You know what I mean? Because her co-partner, motherfucking Charleston White, he was busy doing the devil's work. He was playing both sides of the field. You know what I mean? He was leading black people down the wrong motherfucking path. You know what I mean? To where they couldn't get the right, representation. And then turned on him. He's like, he turns on black people all the time. And they want to cry about it later. I don't understand why my big people. Yeah, you know exactly what you're doing, cuz. And we don't see it as a game. That's what I don't think. I don't think he really truly fucking understands. Is it? He might be playing a role, but we don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? We don't see it's a game. We see this is a real life motherfucking coon and a dangerous one at that, who's going to end up getting really harmed because of his antics. And then turn around and be like, I don't know why the community hates me. I a little bit, you know what I mean? You don't? You don't think you did? You've been doing too much, you know what I mean? They pistol whip you in the motherfucking barbershop. The barbershop's supposed to be a safe place. You know what I'm saying? That shit happened. I was like, man, there's no safety nowhere for cuz. Barbershop's supposed to be a safe zone. You know what I mean? Like, that's like holy ground.
Them white boys spread it out and got into a formation. Mm-hmm. I ain't never seen no shit like that before. Them niggas was all in sync with each other. They spread it out where they still had the area kind of boxed in. They got into a formation. They wanted something to happen. They wanted you to be in danger. You was never in no danger. You was never like in fear for your life. You ain't never none of that shit. So they didn't do nothing. So when people saying, oh, what was they at? Whoa, nigga, they was there. But they spread it out, nigga.
Right. That wouldn't surprise me.
And you on there with all that old suck your dick type ass shit, all that old faggot ass shit, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't what you was saying up in there.
Mm-mm.
You was, oh man, I don't be mean to be disrespectful, none of that. It's just content. This how I make my money. This how I provide for my family. Bitch ass nigga, that's what you was saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you was saying. Man, just let me go in peace, man. Let me go in peace. This is how I make my money, man. That's how I make my living. Oh, man, tell them I apologize. Come on, bro. Say the real. If you gonna sit up there and talk to them people, let them know the real, nigga.
Mm-hmm. Did you see what I'm saying?
Nigga, you talking about like you had been up in there for hours. Bitch ass nigga, you was sitting in the car. You was in the parking lot in the car, nigga. You was in the car, bitch ass nigga. You wasn't in there for no motherfucking hours, nigga.
Shit.
You was in the car, nigga.
I like it.
See,
I like it.
You thought you was gonna come over there, do that. Niggas gonna come in there, jump on you, beat your ass. Then you was gonna get a lawsuit. That's what your plan was. Cause that money running out. You ain't got no money. You ain't getting booked for no interviews and all that shit. They ain't been fucking with you. Yeah. Sean Cotton ain't been fucking with you. Mm-hmm. Nah, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna touch you. None of that shit, bitch ass nigga. Mm-hmm. Nah, it ain't go the way you wanted it to go. So, what you come up with in your mind, oh, when I get in the car, I'm gonna shoot in the air. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna let off a shot. You know what I'm saying? So they can pick you back up when you get to talking about the shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, nigga. We own your bitch ass.
Right, see?
You quit the run talking about setting up a boxing match. Nigga, I'll fight your bitch ass. Yeah, nigga, I'll fight you.
He was trying to get that during the make campaign.
You on that bitch. You on that talking about boxing. Well, nigga, why you ain't say that shit right there, nigga? Why you ain't say something about fighting right there, nigga? It's legal to fight in Texas. Mm. Yeah. It's legal to fight in Texas. You didn't say shit about no fighting right there, nigga. You don't want to fight.
Now, hold on, wait a minute, brother. Now, I ain't going for that, man. Now, Charleston White wasn't begging and pleading. Hey, brother, can you please just let me go, man? Hey, look, I tell Jay Prince I apologize, brother. Just let me get up out of here with my life. Charleston, come on now.
I believe it.
Charleston White, you got to let us know that this brother here is lying on you. Like, I can't see Charleston White doing it. I see Charleston White talking crazy like he always do.
Yes, he can. That motherfucker's a hoe. Yes, you can. You just don't want to. I can see it. I can see it all motherfucking day long. Look. Okay, if I'm lying, what about that motherfucking barbershop scenario? They could have really fucked this motherfucker world up. It wasn't just one time they hit him. It was just, oh, stop. Yeah, that happened. You hear me? Yeah, that happened. Come on now. Like, look at him. You don't think that could happen? He's like a little tiny twig. You see what I'm saying? He more bitch made. You see him making these crybaby complaints on the phone. You don't think that could happen? Yeah, he a hoe. He a straight hoe. Yes, they could totally see that happening all day long. And the right motherfucker just got to do it, and he gonna capitalize on it. You know, like he always does. And the motherfuckers are hip to the game. They're like, no. That's why nobody goes around.
Hello? Is the manager here?
So okay, so she's back to her activism shit again. But this one's really crazy. But I was like, Quanell, like you on this shit too? Like now we really can't fucking up shit for us. But this is a horrible story. This is horrible.
Are you the manager?
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
We need to talk to you about a very serious situation.
Okay.
Extremely serious. This young man, where's my young brother? Come here, young brother.
Yeah, yo.
This young brother was sitting here eating with also a member of his family not too long ago, this weekend.
Trying to throw the plant and he
fell. He broke open his chicken. He bought the chicken from here. He sat down in here, opened up the chicken, and the chicken had a condom in it. A condom. There's the video right there of them opening the chicken, and you can tell the condom was cooked in the chicken. If you look at the whole video, it was cooked in the chicken. When they came up here to speak to you all about it, they laughed at him. They thought it was funny. What time was it, young brother? It's on the receipt. Here's the receipt. Here's the receipt. Why the police were not called and notified that you have some freak in the kitchen? Because that was cooked in the chicken. So you got some freak in the back, in the kitchen, playing with himself and choking the chicken and stroking the chicken at the same time. This is a sick individual. We don't know what disease this is in the condom.
So again,
we don't know what germs.
I'm not sure if it was.
You need to call the GM. You need to call the owner. You need to call corporate brothers and sisters. Be careful what you eat in this Popeyes.
I would not be ordering none of this damn chicken.
The chicken is coming with used condoms.
The chicken had used condoms in it. Don't you order none of that chicken. Get your money back.
My concern is if you eat this chicken, you might want to decide if you want to swallow or spit.
Yeah.
But that's how sick and nasty it is eating this damn Popeyes.
The boy went to the emergency room. We got everything. Police report, everything. Y'all better go to another Popeyes chicken.
So if you like,
they choking chickens in here.
If you like eating chicken with condoms in it, step right on up and get your 2-piece for special.
Make sure you get a Trojan
was hilarious.
Step right on up.
And they thought it was funny. Matter of fact, we'll show you the video. Where's that video?
I got it right here.
Y'all come take a look at the video. Come look at it. All you customers, come look at it. Watch this video. Wait, push pause on it for a second. Let them all come around.
He was gonna whoop that ass.
Watch this.
Just because he's a bitch.
Let everybody come around.
Crying on the phone.
We want y'all to watch this now. Look at this. Look.
She back
condom in the chicken.
Look, condom inside, fried in the chicken. Look at it. Watch it. He's got to break it out. Look at it. Look.
Condom in the chicken.
Look. Look at this nasty, filthy. Look at this. You don't know whose DNA you chewing on in Popeyes today. Look at this sickness.
Look at it. Show them.
Look at this.
Y'all better get y'all money back.
Look at this. You can tell the condom was fried and cooked in the chicken. Look at this.
So I wonder if it's
That's
lifestyle.
crazy. Take a look at this. Look
Push
at this.
that vest to the max.
Look at this.
That's how
The condom is fried in the chicken.
In the chicken.
I'm worried about all you women. Don't eat this chicken because you might not know who your baby daddy is afterwards.
Oh my God!
This is pathetic. This is filthy. And they thought it was funny.
They did.
And they thought it was funny.
They got no class.
Mm-hmm.
You pushing that vest to the max.
I want to know who the chicken clucker that's back there over here freaking chicken and stuff.
Matter of fact, we need to go outside and show the folks in the drive-thru too.
Yeah.
What kind of chicken that they eating up in this damn place?
Yeah. Come on, let's do that.
Where's management though? I need corporate.
About the police being called,
And what was even sad when the young brother called the police thought it was funny and said, well, there's been no crime committed, so we can't give you a report. Dr. Matthews had to get on the cops and make them take a report. How you going to say somebody's sticking a used condom in somebody's chicken in the back of this place is not a crime? That is absolutely a crime. We don't know what bodily fluids. We don't know what STDs may be in that condom from some sick human being. If he's that type of pervert, how long he's been smoking and playing with chicken in the back? People may need to get some type of damn STD testing eating at this Popeyes. And they thought it was funny. HPD should be ashamed of themselves. So when they came back and Dr. Matthews got on their behind, then they gave him a police report. But we want a detective assigned to the case. And we want a detective to go back there and question every single employee. Because that's sick. That is some sick, perverted stuff. And we've seen other videos, including some at Popeyes, with people doing strange things with the chicken. So we know it ain't just a secret seasoning that's happening up in here. There's a lot more going on. The cops must take this seriously. We don't know what disease is being spread in this damn place.
And just the fact that it was even, it didn't even melt in the grease. It was just embedded in the chicken.
Matter of fact,
it's embedded.
Matter of fact,
right.
Are you the owner?
No.
Because I know that y'all got a co-op going here with Shell. With Shell and Popeyes.
And every motherfucking
yeah, get your money back.
Y'all come on here. We got
her money back. We shutting this place down. We ain't having no freaking chicken activities going on around here. Don't y'all dare get none of this damn chicken in here. Get your money back.
Matter of fact, if
get your money back.
Matter of fact, I take my chicken back and ask for a refund.
Look at Buff, man.
Take it back.
He pushing the back.
Get your money back unless you want to eat a condom chicken. Get your money back.
Did you come to get you some bird, ma'am? You come to get you some chicken. Don't do yourself like that.
Don't do it.
Don't take that risk.
Get your money
Don't
back.
take that risk.
I feel no relaxation in this fit.
Get your money back. Bring your receipt and come get your money back.
If you got your receipt, get your money back.
Bring your receipt, get your money back. Y'all work too hard to be running around here eating condom chicken.
You don't know what the hell you
get
really
eating. Come take care of your business. Come on, Miguel, whatever your name is. Get your ass over here and get that taken care of, brother. That ain't right. Hell no. Y'all work too hard to be eating condom chicken. Kind of freaking mess they got going on in here. What kind of freaking chicken shit y'all got going on in here?
You really
Everybody want to be quiet. Don't nobody want to say nothing. We got direct video. Give her money.
Matter of fact, this lady's getting a refund. They getting a refund.
Yeah, got to be some refund activity going on.
I tried to get active. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't wait.
Y'all don't be over here eating no condom chicken.
But it would have been worth it. I would have been like,
yeah, that's crazy.
Put a rubber in my motherfucking tooth.
I need to go out here in this drive-thru and let folk know about this in the drive-thru.
Let's go to the drive-thru. Let's go to the drive-thru. Let's go to the drive-thru.
Ma'am, don't buy that chicken. They had condoms in the chicken. Condom in the chicken. Condoms in the chicken,
bring the video. Ma'am,
condoms in the chicken.
The young man discovered a fried condom in his chicken.
And he had to go to the emergency room.
A fried condom inside the chicken.
Get your money back.
The chicken that you eating, be very careful you don't know what you might be consuming.
That's right.
Look at this freak. There's a freak in the kitchen putting condoms in the chicken.
Chicken strips.
And I mean, this is a whole nother level of choking and stroking the chicken here.
Yeah, it is.
This is a whole nother level.
Whole nother level.
So be very careful if your chicken tastes with some unseasoned, unsavory flavor.
That's right.
You might want to give it back. I wouldn't eat from here.
I wouldn't either. I've gone on, sis. Yes, ma'am. Because look, the proof is in the pudding.
Instead of chicken and
yeah, condom in the chicken. Unless you into that.
Oh, what location is this?
Just say chicken and dick, you know what I mean? Except, you know, those two things might be a beautiful thing, but just not at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking stupid. Like, it was unopened. It was like open, like no wrapper, just the rubber. You think? So the motherfucker thought he was being funny. He was like, "Yeah, let's serve this old dick flavored ass chicken." Cause you might want to just wonder why he's so disgruntled. You know what I mean? Why he hate his job so motherfucking much. You know it was a him. You know it was a him. It wasn't. First of all, like, no, it's got to be a dude. It was a dude. He on the fryer. It was that easy. That you don't even gotta wait. You just need to know the time and who was running the fryer. Simple as that. Easy math. I don't know why we have to do an investigation. It would just be like, okay, look, at 7:15, Cuz ordered himself a 3-piece with a fucking red bean and rice and a motherfucking mashed potato and 4 biscuits, right? And when he got his shit back to the table at 7 whatever fuck, he noticed he's cutting into it. There's an unopened fucking, and what is he gonna say, Magnum? It wasn't fucking Magnum just chilling right there inside the fry, like inside the batter of the motherfucking shit. Meaning he did that shit intentionally, right? He put, because nothing comes like handmade and hand battered. He basically broke out the plastic bag out the freezer and was just like, "Man, you know what, man? Fuck these motherfuckers. Eat this, bitch." And that's how that went down. You see what I'm saying? So you might want to know why Cuz is so disgruntled. You know, and he just serve it up motherfucking, you know, it was, I was like, God, rubbers, rubbers and chicken, you know what I mean? Like, never the two shall meet. You know, like, that's just fucking stupid. Yeah. You gotta be like, and just, you know, just go give them the benefit of the doubt. I didn't see no white people in there cooking. You know what I mean? We just gotta go with, you know, we just gotta go with what we know. And what we know is motherfuckers said, "Fuck the Magnum wrapper. We just go put it here. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. It's chicken and dick, cuz." And then fried it. You know what I mean? Never the two shall meet, though, at the same time. That's all I'm saying. That was a beautiful experience, but not at the same motherfucking time, cuz, you know. And then he served it, and the dude was like, yeah, he took his food back. Like, here with a refund, like, fuck the okay, yeah, go ahead and get you a refund. Go ahead and get you a refund. Get a little extra too. And then just sit back and wait, just get a little active. It's that simple. You would know who's cooking that day at that particular time. Who was frying chicken? You see what I'm saying? It's not a fucking mystery. It's very simple. It's very simple. You're not a fan of nothing, Shabaka. You're not a fan of nothing. Yeah, we just gonna go with what we know. If we know there was no white people in it, let's just stick with what we know is factual. Magnums. I'm just saying.
This the one that's right here off the Fort Bend Tollway on the feeder. Over here by Ross.
Is that her?
Yeah, get y'all money back. I got it right here. Condom in the chicken. Condom in the chicken. There's a lot of chicken choking going on in here. Condom in the chicken. Get your money back. This is sick. This is the highest level of pervert.
I think they're getting ready to shut down.
They need to. Shut this mess down.
Like,
we're not playing. Shut it down. Because somebody's going to get a belt on their ass for this. For this. People work too hard for their money to be running around here getting condom chicken. It's crazy. Yeah, they're going to get a belt on their ass. You see, they ain't closed that. We're not playing. We don't do that.
Sick. Have you notified corporate?
Oh, weird.
I called them, they didn't answer, and I came.
How about the GM? Who's in charge of you? Did you call them?
Yeah, I called them, so they should be calling me back again.
My advice, ma'am, stop selling chicken until it's addressed.
Yeah, y'all need
Stop
to shut this
selling
down.
chicken until it's addressed. Because you got a pervert in the kitchen. Stop selling this chicken until the situation is properly addressed.
Yep, get y'all money back. Y'all need to find out.
Sir, are you coming to get some chicken?
No.
Let me show you something.
No.
Brother. Let me show you a video.
Who got the receipt? You got the receipt, Brother Cornell?
What the receipt?
Where was that receipt at?
We gave it to her.
Yeah.
She got the belt too.
Let me say this, brother.
Where's
Young
that
man
receipt that
came
we
in this
gave you, ma'am?
weekend with a family member, bought some chicken, sat right there in the
That I
lobby.
gave to you?
And you see on the video, he's breaking the chicken up, getting ready to chop into it, and it's a fried condom in the chicken.
Look at it.
A condom,
There
brother.
you go.
Look at this. Look at this, brother. Watch this video. Look how deep the condom is embedded.
In that
Look how thick the condom is in the chicken.
And it didn't even melt.
Somebody doing some criminal activity. Look at that condom, brother. This is sick. So we come to find out who's in the kitchen doggy style in the chicken.
Yeah.
Because this is sick.
Who doing it?
This is absolutely
Ma'am,
sick.
don't come get no chicken.
We want to know.
They got condoms in the chicken.
We want to know
Here it
who's-
is, right here.
We want to know who's in the back, sister.
Who over here
don't get the
getting
chicken. Somebody's in the back doggy style in the chicken.
They doing some
And so,
freaking stuff.
Need to be careful getting this
They
chicken
doing
up here.
more than choking chicken. They punking chicken, popping it up. Yeah.
That was a lot, family, right? That was a lot. You just gonna leave all that alone now, because Lord have mercy. Like, Jesus Christ. That was too much for me. It's just a lot. That was gruesome. All right. We're gonna play this video right here, because I don't really know what this is about. And then we're gonna play some Reese Waters. I tell you, it's messy, man. Messy shit. Hold on a second. I gotta clear out the queue so I don't lose my
Corey was the type of person, if I couldn't stay the night at his house that night, he would sleep outside with me.
I've never had a bad experience with him.
I got the news and I had to run in the bathroom and I threw up.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Corey Ruiz was one of my best friends. I know him personally. I've been knowing him for over 15 years. We done slept outside together. We shared clothes. We shared meals. I know his whole family. And I'm out here to spread the message that all lives matter. He didn't deserve his ending. That wasn't the end of his story. It shouldn't have been the end of his story. And I want other people to know that Black Lives Matter, and we need to stop this nonsense. We need to stop the black killings. It's getting sickening. I'm tired of it. And especially now that it's getting real hard, I just really want people to be nicer to each other. Be more courteous of each other. Just more love
like that,
and peace. Because this is getting old. This is getting tired, man. I'm tired of it.
Well, I knew Corey in high school. I was real close with him when we were young, and I just want to be here. I want to be part of a change. I want things to change. I want to see things to improve for my children. I don't want anything like this happening to my kids, my family, anything like that. So
I'm here today because Corey is a childhood friend of mine. He's also the father of my little cousin, and so that gives me motivation to get out here when they don't have the sprint to. Today is my first day out here, and so I'm just out here supporting and giving love and keeping his name alive. He was really funny. I didn't get to spend much time with him. He was with my cousin, but when we used to be younger, we used to hang out. He was always funny, cracking jokes. We talked stuff. We used to run around outside. He was just a really good person. Even when we got older, he was a really good person. Yeah.
Very good person. So
yeah, I had never had a bad experience with him.
Yeah.
Corey is the type of person that when I was in my younger days, I was homeless. I didn't have a stable place to stay. Corey was the type of person, if I couldn't stay the night at his house that night, he would sleep outside with me. That's the type of person that Corey was. And I will always thank him for that. He inspired me to do a lot of things. He got me into my music career. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be doing music right now. I owe everything to Corey Ruiz, and that's why I'm out here for him. I'm out here for Black Lives too, but I'm mostly out here for him. Before I knew it was him, I watched the video over 100 times. And just from watching the video, I felt sickened. Like my stomach was turning. I couldn't watch it. I was teary-eyed. And then I got the news that it was my friend. And honestly, I threw up. And it was crazy because I was actually out with some other friends. I was at a local tavern, and I got the news, and my friends just seen whiteness in my face, and I had to run in the bathroom, and I threw up. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. Like, it was unbearable.
I was actually at home. I didn't know that it was Corey. I saw the video a lot of times. I just didn't realize from the angle who it was. I actually found out by the mother of his child. She told me that it was Corey. So that's how I found out.
And how are you processing the emotions now, a couple of days removed?
Today was a real hard day. I think the reality hit in that this is really happening. Watching that video over and over again and seeing the different angles was very disturbing. Today was a hard day for me to focus. So I just had to be out here with my people, and so I'm here.
Have you had the chance to process your emotions at all? Has it changed your feelings?
Somewhat. I have been able to process them somewhat, but I'm not going to lie. The last 2 days, I just been crying myself to sleep. I just, like, people see, like, a real change in me, and it's only been 2 days. But I kick it with the same people a lot, so they know that I'm not right now in the head. So I'm trying to keep it cool, leveled, and this is a good way to do it. Be out here supporting this movement and supporting my friends. So this is a good way for me to keep it calm, cool, and collective, and show my love and support to the Black Lives Matter movement and to my friends' families. His mom, Elsa, I love you, Elsa. His sister, Veronica. His sister, Anna. His brother, Adam, I love you all, and I'm here for you. If you need me, you know I'm here for you guys.
So my justice would be the officer being held accountable, also the officers that was around being held accountable. Also the fact that they say that he was looking in cars. Looking in cars is not against the law. So it's also like, where's the crime? They came to him as if he had already committed the crime and they knew it was him, and that's not fair. Because looking in cars is not against the law. Like, I can look in this car, the window's down, I'm not a criminal. So it was no crime.
I know all cops aren't bad, but that cop, I don't know what was going on with him that day, but he just came out there just ready to shoot. He literally got tased twice, and they were stomping on him as he was getting shot. So y'all need to do better, man. Y'all really need to do better. They should be focusing more on the procedures of the police than my friends' criminal history. I feel like they didn't have to use a mugshot. It seems like with every black killing, they go for the worst picture. They don't want to see us in our best. They always want to see us at our worst. So that's my message. Focus on the actions of the police and not my friend's criminal history. Because our president has more felons than my friend did. And he's the president of the United States. Let that sink in.
With a group, all of us together, we can change something. We can make a difference. We can talk to the governor. We can change policies. We can decide what the police are doing in the community to our people. Like, it feels empowering. It feels like we're going to do something different. We're going to make things better.
What does making things better look like to you?
Transparency. There you go. Transparency. Making things better looks like not violence. When people are communicating with cops, when things happen, why are the guns being pulled out on people? Why are people with mental health being tased and taken down with force? It's unnecessary. I have a 19-year-old and a 10-year-old and the baby as well, and I just worry every day, you know, about my oldest out there. He's driving around, he's hanging out with friends, and what if some kind of altercation happens and there's a misunderstanding and they shoot him? Like, he's not doing anything that deserves being gunned down. You know, like, if anything happens and somebody's homeless and they're struggling to eat and they're struggling to find somewhere to sleep, being gunned down shouldn't be the consequence of trying to survive. That's crazy. Everywhere in Wisconsin and all the states, you get together in your communities, come together, make changes, speak out for your neighbors, speak out for the people you see hurting, speak out for the people that don't have the things they need to, basic needs to survive, you know, like help each other. All the people that have ridiculous amounts of money and not helping anybody, help people. We're all a nation. We're all supposed to be moving.
Moving along. I was like, moving along. All right, let's get to this funny stuff. I guess somebody had died like a couple days back. I wasn't really hip to it till right now. Let's get to this right here. I was saying, like, we're gonna watch some Reese Waters, because it's funny shit. I think,
you know what I mean? That's what they be talking about. That's what nobody even checking.
Same time. I have chats. You know what I mean? I'm almost. I would say I'm almost done, but I'm pretty far ahead.
Oh, here we go. We don't date black men. We can all agree on that as a society. We can all agree on that. See, racist, I told you that racism is its own punishment. Didn't I tell you that? I told you racism is its own burden to bear. Now, there you go. Burden A and burden B. See, if you would have been more open and inviting, a brother might have taken that off your hands. A brother that was down on his luck or needed a place to stay might have taken that off your hands. Now you stuck with him. Good luck with that. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. I would first like to start off by congratulating the new members of Mount Edgemoor. Let's see. We got Tina Turner. We got Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, Prince. Now, I got a question. Is the Mount Edgemoor, is that about music or hair? Because if it's hair, we definitely have a shortage of Jerry curls. I'm going to need some more Jerry curls if we talking about hair. I'm going to need a Rick James. I'm Rick James. I'm going to need a Soul Glow. Just let your soul glow. That's right. I'm going to need a dope boy from Boys in the Hood.
Yeah. Act like I ain't had no barbecue before.
And you know I got to have a Jules from Pulp Fiction.
Does he look like a
bitch? If we doing hair. That's just if we doing hair. Now, last time we were here, we were celebrating the colonization of the White and Proud Facebook group.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, no debate. To which Boogie Brown said, all the black people triggered over a group name is funny AF. Who triggered? Who triggered? They having fun. They roasting. What?
What happened?
They roasted me.
Hey, it's hot outside. It's a whole heat dome over the eastern seaboard. We've been looking for something to do. This was just perfect timing. Hey, cousins, what do you think we should name our new group? Back to Black and F them people.
Right.
Hey, put me down for F them people. Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Matter of fact, why don't you go F them people, : Back to Black? Ashley Thomas done got into it with Alexander. She said, nah, that's your pappy. To which Alex said, I know mine, unlike you. Ashley says, the only way you know dad is because you also call him uncle. Alex, why would you? You need more black people in your life to tell you that wasn't going to end well. Come on. You knew that wasn't going to end well. And this time around, they picking up the scraps. They still at it. They got us storming the white and proud beach, which is all the way wrong, because y'all know we wouldn't have got on that boat. We definitely wouldn't have got on that boat. And why it's so crowded? Huh? Y'all got that boat out here looking like Carnival. Me, after getting accepted in the racist Facebook group, White and Proud, say they don't block me from posting. I ain't gonna tell nobody, but you might want to go with a white pick. You know, a white pick. Or they like red too. They definitely they mix the white and the red. I don't know which one is higher. I have no idea. But here they're fighting back. Hey, look, all the darkies are here trolling our page. Such a crowd, aren't they? Go follow your own watermelon page. I'm Sarah, by the way. Speak to me with respect.
Hell no. Right.
I don't know what I'm Sarah was supposed to mean. I don't know what that was. We all knew your name was Sarah. They was calling you Sarah before they even seen you for the first time, just based on that. Look, I'm not going to sit here and argue with your stereotypes and whatnot, calling it a watermelon page. All I'm going to say is I better not see you eating no watermelon this summer.
At all.
Yeah, I better not see you eating no watermelon this summer. No, because they want to have the stereotypes about the watermelon and the chicken. Y'all be eating too much fried chicken for me to have the stereotype. Right. Got all sort of watermelon salads and this, that. It's a little too much watermelon eating for me if y'all want to have the stereotypes, okay? Run with your stereotype, put the forks down. And given the way y'all been seasoning said chicken, they probably would appreciate it. Oh, here we go. We don't date black men.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Oh, okay. We can all agree on that as a society. We can all agree on that. See, racist, I told you that racism is its own punishment. Didn't I tell you that? I told you racism is its own burden to bear. Now, there you go. Burden A and burden B. See, if you would have been more open and inviting, a brother might have taken that off your hands. A brother that was down on his luck or needed a place to stay might have taken that off your hands. Now you stuck with it. Good luck with that. Hello, everybody. I'm Anna. Let's get these blacks out of here. They reek.
You're serious?
Anna.
Stop it.
You're not passing with that nose. Come on. What you doing, Anna? You don't even got to do that no more. Come on. You operating out of a 1926 playbook in 2026. Pop out the closet, baby. Wonderful running into Tulsi Gabbard today. Now y'all just being mean. Now y'all just being mean. That's Tulsi Gabbard didn't do nothing to. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Yeah, troll on. Matter of fact, why don't you pull that We Only Date Black Men post back up? Yeah, I want to see something. This is interesting. And I would love to conduct a phenomenological study with a cross-section of the White and Proud Facebook group who has classified themselves as white. My overarching purpose would be to explore why members of a group that espouse to celebrate white heritage and accomplishments are so affixed on anti-black memes, tropes, stereotypes, e.g. Martin Luther King, they need to go back to Africa, do not date black men. Securing research participants would most likely be my toughest hurdle. Well, there go two of them right there. They go two of them right there. But that is a wonderful question, isn't it? This is supposed to be all about white pride, but y'all seem to want to talk about black folk all day. And where have we seen that before? Over 400 years worth. What I find funny is majority of the posts are about black people. Why would you have a group that's talking about being proud to be white, yet you're not saying one thing about white people? Your whole group is focused on black people. I, for one, don't get bothered by seeing racists post stuff because it just shows their flawed character. I think it's super funny that black people took over the group. I also see that other white people in the group feel the same as me. Heaven forbid they focus on posting inspirational posts about white people being great. I swear black people live rent-free in racist white people's heads. We sure enough do. We sure enough do. Obama ain't paid rent in Trump's for a whole decade. Rent-free.
I obviously, have a room in his head.
Rent-free.
You
do everything with grace.
A suite in his head.
Absolutely rent-free. And look, it's not like it's hard to find if you just want to post white people and accomplishments and achievements and whatnot. Just go through any of the history that's allowed to be published during the Trump administration. There you have it. There you have it. You ain't got to look hard. You know what? I'll start you out. Here you go. Shout out to Mabel McFlagin, the very first woman to receive food stamps in the United States. On May 16, 1939, she became the first woman to buy food stamps during a government pilot program in Rochester, New York. She was a 36-year-old white woman. Hey, there you go. There you put some respect on her name. And she was a hard worker. She worked multiple jobs. After she worked her day job, she came home and did hair. And she had a daycare, a nursery in the basement. So, you know what I mean? Y'all should be uplifting one another.
All right, so this woman says she is proud to be white and is tired of people trying to make her feel ashamed of it.
If you would have asked me like 9 months ago if I would ever be making pro-white content, I would have looked at you like you were insane. Like, the idea of a white person being proud to be white is so foreign to most of us. And it's really only been conflated with evil and hate and maliciousness. And it's like you stop and you think about that. Like, white people are really the only ones that are taught to hate ourselves. We're the only ones that are blamed for every and all atrocities across the planet over all of time.
Now, Rob Smith, you really just gonna sit there and let that ride? Rob Smith, you really just gonna sit there and hey, I'll let you slide on the essence thing. I ain't drag you. You sat there and let this white lady talk about white people are the only people that are taught to hate ourselves. They have literally associated the word and color black with all things bad. What are we talking about? We had to get legislation so we can wear our natural hair to a job. What? How much coddling do y'all need?
We are the only ones that are taught to be colorblind. We're the only ones that are constantly having diversity shoved down our throats. Like,
you know what? I got something for her. I got. No, go ahead. Let her finish. Let her finish.
We are a global minority being replaced in our own countries, and I've had enough.
So this is interesting. What I will say is this: there's so many. Number one, everybody should be proud to be in whatever skin they're in. And there's so many people that, like, black people, people of color, whatever, that conflate being proud of who they are with like literally hating white people. And I think that is the response, right? Like, that is where this is all coming from. And so I agree with it from that perspective.
He showing up dead. He showing up dead. So many people conflate being proud of who you are to hating white people. Let me go check on the White and Proud group again. Let me go. Yeah. Hating white people, you said? No, I think the White and Proud group pretty much completely goes against that point. And in fact, the majority of the Blank and Proud groups on the internet, being the white ones, would follow a similar tact. Yeah. you're going to need to try again with that one. But I love the part where she said white people are the only ones that have diversity shoved down their throat.
Watch this video and let's talk about it.
So weird watching black people get mad at white people for starting functioning white communities. It's like, you know how happy we'd be to see black people start a functioning black community? Like we would leave you to it. We would be, oh my goodness, good for you guys.
Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Oh, you want to go ahead? All right, you got it.
I'm Dr. Michael H. Ford, and let's talk about what you just saw. Now, he said that white people would be happy to see black people build a functioning community, that they would leave them alone, that they would cheer them on. Sir, black people have been building functioning communities since the moment they were freed from slavery. And let me show you what happened every single time. Wilmington, North Carolina. Black residents built political power and a thriving economy. A white mob staged a coup, the only successful armed overthrow of a local government in American history, and burned it down. Atlanta, Georgia. Thriving black business district, white mob of 10,000 men destroyed. East St. Louis, Illinois. Prosperous black community burned to the ground because white residents resented black economic success. Washington, D.C., the largest, most prosperous black community in America, attacked during Red Summer, a coordinated reign of terror targeting thriving black communities across the country. Chicago, thriving black community, white mobs attacked, 38 killed, over 1,000 black families left homeless overnight. Ocoee, Florida, prosperous black landlord the vote, entire community burned to the ground. Historians call it the single bloodiest day in modern American political history. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, the wealthiest black community in America. Money circulated within the community for 19 months before leaving it. Burned to the ground in 18 hours, over 300 killed. Rosewood, Florida, thriving, self-sufficient black town with churches, with schools and businesses. Every single structure burned to the ground. Every resident permanently displaced. Then when the mobs put down their torches, the government picked up the policy. The 1930s, redlining. The federal government made it officially illegal to insure mortgages in black neighborhoods, blocking generational wealth building in every black community in America simultaneously. 1949 to 1974, urban renewal, a program so racially targeted, its own administrators openly called it Negro removal. It demolished hundreds of black neighborhoods and displaced 50,000 black families every single year at its peak. This guy said white people would be happy to see it, that they would leave black communities alone, that they would say, oh my goodness, good for you guys. The mobs didn't, the banks didn't, the federal government didn't. Black people built functioning communities over and over and over again. And they were burned down and bulldozed every single time, not because they were failing, but because they were succeeding. And that is the history he clearly never learned.
Now that was well said, now wasn't it? It sure enough was. And just in case you thought that this behavior was over when it comes to preventing us from being to ourselves. I mean, there's a reason why I have a whole racist of the week strain on my channel, and I never have a shortage of videos. It really probably should be racist of the day because we hitting at least 2-3 a week to be generous. How about when Jasmine Crockett got on a plane with a Vote Like Black Women hat? Now, this is fascinating. This was posted by the Hodge twins, who disavowed Trump. So, in fact, had you voted like black women, you wouldn't have had to do all that. Now, would you? In fact, Trump is sitting down in the 30s right now. So there's a great number of people, right, who wish they had voted like black women. But you can't now, can you?
Y'all remember when I said hit dogs will holler? Well, here we go. Now, my girl Jasmine Crockett made a post. Vote like a black woman. Now, child, we all knew what that meant. The 92%, because, baby, we can't stop hollering. We told y'all asses. And we know she was talking about voting patterns and political engagement. Instead, baby, look at the comments. One person immediately goes to fight like black women on a cruise ship. Another says, vote like a pregnant woman with no baby daddy. Somebody else starts talking about wigs and French toenail tips. Another person talks about her accent. Somebody else talking about raising kids right. I know they lying. I know they lying. Something. Nobody's responding to the political message. Instead, they're reaching in their bag of washed up, tired stereotypes. Baby, we've heard them before, and we do not care. That's how anti-blackness works. You mention black folks, and for some people, the first thing that comes to mind isn't intelligence, isn't education, it isn't leadership, it isn't civic engagement. Child, it ain't even a political argument. It's every stereotype they've been taught to associate with black folks. Baby, they're washed up. We've heard all of those. And then those same people will wonder, why y'all talking about y'all not safe in white spaces? Because those beliefs, they don't just disappear. They're carried in schools, neighborhoods, workplaces, hiring decisions, healthcare, and interactions with the police, everyday life. And the moment black folks don't act, talk, or they think we're supposed to, here it comes, right on cue. And action. The people who think like this don't wear signs around their neck telling you who they are. That's why proximity to whiteness has never been the same thing as safety. If this don't describe you, then it wasn't about you. But if your first response to vote like a black woman is racist caricatures, the problem isn't the post. It's what the post exposed. Yeah. And baby, I say bring it on. Show me what you're working with. I like it like that. All right, good people, drink your water. Stay rooted, real, and knowledgeable. And mind your black business.
Hey man, she was cooking. She was cooking. I don't know about that mystical though. Is he free right now? Okay, we got to check on that. But double down on drinking the water. And also double down on the obsession. Can't even get on a plane. I just saw something like that recently. I spent the whole flight wondering what the clouds look like. She probably spent the whole flight wondering why she was seated next to an a-hole. And yes, you are correct. Woman, the whole flight journey and thinking you're the victim. What needs to happen? I need to know. I need to know what needs to happen. Y'all done had a whole decade-long temper tantrum because of the crime of electing a black president. Obama. You got a whole administration that calls anything that fails the brown paper bag test a DEI. Got them pulling up Black history markers and trying to pave over cemeteries and whatnot. And y'all are the victim. I want to tell you something, just a bit of advice, and this is probably too generous. A wise man once said that joy is not in the future, it is in the now. And I can tell you, racist, white supremacists, if you can't find joy in America 2026, you will never find joy.
He's right, you know.
I know that ain't what I think it is. This is what 38 looks like when you pay extra to keep them out of your neighbors. This is what 38 looks like when you have actual work ethic. I got a question. What type of job? What type of job? Because you just said keep them out of your neighbors. So whatever you're doing, it don't involve writing or reading. I can tell you that. This is what 38 looks like when you never let them into your home. This is what 38 looks like when you've never once done business with them. This is what 38 looks like when you've never employed one of them. This is what 38 looks like when you've never had romantic relations with them. The key to success in staying youthful is keeping them as far away from your life as possible. Ask me how we know.
Wow. the like.
You serious? Oh, I am white and proud. The degenerates and bane of our society could never, ever make me not love myself and be proud of my heritage. Strong arm. Ma'am, how do you know? How do you know? No, because you put in your thing, ask me how I know. You said you've never had relations with them. You've never done business with them. You've never employed them. You've never even let them in your home. How do you know? See, you said too much. You said too much. Now you have revealed yourself to be a racist based on zero personal experience. Too much dip on your racist chip. And that's before we get to, what you say, 38? Yeah, good luck in those mentions. Methany Wildin. Methany. I saw it though. I saw it. Hey, she ain't let him in her home. She must be meeting him around the corner. This has to be a troll. There's no way you brag about only being 38 when you look like an old man's. Hey. The hair would at least be one color. It wouldn't be streaky like that. And the damn sure wouldn't have that trashy tattoo on him either. And this is what 38 looks like when you're not a racist. 59, that woman needs to be on a poster as a warning to what happens when you're racist. 42 years old, when you're a DSA member, when you're 43 and not racist. This is what 60 looks like when you're not a racist. This is what 57 looks like when you're not a racist. 38 looks good when you're not a racist. I suddenly don't feel so bad about turning 39. This is 53 when you're not a racist. 47 when you're not a racist. This is me about 4 years ago at 65, not a racist. This is what 60 looks like when you're not a racist. And this is what 39 looks like when you just want America to ban flock cameras and focus on liberty, self-government, and the Constitution. Holy frig, that other chick is 38? Is this what I, age 36, have to look forward to? Are you racist? Well, then no. We got a response to the initial. This is what 38 looks like when you're not a racist. Somebody decide to placate. If you're going to do a comparison like that, you should not use a filter. The digital artifacting is easy to see, so 30 does not look like that for you either. LOL. Hey, I got a project for you. It's probably going to take up the next 6 months. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago. Real Housewives of Mar-a-Lago. Yes, since that's what we're doing. Matter of fact, Trump making a speech tomorrow. That should take up at least the rest of your month. Yours truly when I was 39, youthful and happy because I love mankind. Sir, you thought you was slick. They was having a moment full of self-love and empowerment, picking up one another, and you trying to holler. You know what I mean? That's what they be talking about. There wasn't nobody even checking for you. You picked that to shoot your shot. I mean, it was smart. I ain't gonna lie, it was smart. But you done messed up my video now. Welcome to the dark side. Okay, y'all done converted shorty real fast. Y'all done got her in BLM. hey, y'all know good well she don't got no BBL like that. Come on, y'all doing too much. I support it though. I ain't gonna lie, I support it. Hey, send that to that guy that was checking for the artifacting. Yeah, send that to him. See if he can pick that apart. Matter of fact, put it side by side with the full length and give him a simple A/B choice.
But wait, there's more.
Ma'am, you should have hollered at me. You really should have hollered at me. I could have told you exactly how that was going to go. I mean, first of all, you didn't do no copy editing with what you had posted right there. Then you put too much racism dip on your chip. You couldn't, you talking about, I ain't know, you act like somebody never been around black people bragging about being racist. That's like literally exactly what you posted. Then had the nerve to brag about being 38. I could have told you what that racism do to you. We just did a video about that in Ohio.
You pull him out of my yard. You can go yourself. You got.
These old racists always look like 20 miles of bad road. She dropped ends and thought what was going to happen. He was going to disappear. She actually sounded like she was going to have a heart attack and looked like she needed a diaper change. Racism is literally ugly. Matter of fact, you better holler at my man and see if you can get some of those Black Lives Matter sweats in black. Because I don't want to tell you what happens down bottom.
Brother, what's that?
Because I don't know how much time I really got. So, play this one. I forgot I had to put some new stuff in the bottom. So it was just try to make do.
All right, kids, the first time I remember ever even coming across anything about cults was from the Thriller music video, when Michael Jackson put out this disclaimer ahead of turning into a werecat and pop locking with zombies. Due to my strong personal convictions, I wish to stress that this film in no way endorses a belief in the occult. If you didn't know, MJ was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and I'm aware that there will be people watching this thinking that cults and Jehovah's Witnesses look like the two circles on the MasterCard logo. But what do I know? Evidently, there's been a church accused of being a cult near me since before I was born. Yeah, that preparing for my Netflix documentary trend on TikTok, where two other women took advantage of that trend to take aim at one place. Dwell, which is who and what we're going to talk about today. Dwell Community Church is here in Columbus. It was founded as a Christian underground newspaper called The Fish in and around the campus of The Ohio State University by brothers Dennis and Bruce McCallum. That paper led to Bible studies and Fish House Fellowship. Then, as the church grew, leaders Dennis McCallum and Gary DeLashmutt adopted the name Xenos in 1982. In spite of another name change to Dwell in 2020, Dwell/Xenos is known the world over as a cult due to YouTube videos as well as a series of investigations from the local news station and Reddit posts and podcasts and documentaries. A website, Xenos is a Cult, maintained by former member Mark Kennedy, a Facebook group from former member Gail Burkholder for ex-Xenos followers called Turns Out We're Okay, Xenos Survivor Support, and a TikTok page by former member Jessica. And look, just 10 years back, the word cult changed at the drop of a hat.
Believe that Donald Trump is chosen by God to help the country through this?
I'm not the only one. 80 million Americans believe that.
If you look at the history of Jesus, it was hundreds of years later before he was recognized, and that's probably the same thing that's going to happen to Donald Trump.
He's my president. I'm with him 100%. He's anointed by God to lead this country and this world.
The only person who's going to mold us is God first and then Trump.
God, then Trump.
God, then Trump, absolutely. But if God's not there, Trump's not going to come out.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm praying for your salvation.
But what can I get your thoughts on it?
In Jesus' name, I thank you, Father God, for this man and that he's
But can I just get your opinion on this? But I just get a prayer, not an opinion?
Has the Republican Party really been a cult since 2016? Yeah. It's not like QAnon for sure. One does hand their supporters to the other, though. Grifting, scamming, priceless. The term cult is defined as a religious or quasi-religious group characterized by unusual or atypical beliefs, seclusion from the outside world, and an authoritarian structure. Cults tend to be highly cohesive, well-organized, secretive, and hostile to non-members. With that said, let's figure out if 12 meets that description. Results may vary. And this should go without saying, but not everybody's experience is as a victim. Some are victors, and everything in between. I've interacted with the church before, and not only do I know people who are afraid that their family and friends are in too deep, but I know some who are happy and content that are currently in that ministry. Meanwhile, I simply want folks to know that they might be in a cult. Any cult, anywhere, an informed decision. I mean, too many of us around here are wondering the same thing anyways.
So there's a cult in Columbus. As someone who listens to way too much true crime, watches way too much true crime YouTube, and just had I got into cults last week, right? Just got how baffling it is that people actually get into these things. And then I read something about one right here in Columbus. I thought it was a church, like Xenos or something. It's changed to. Can someone enlighten me?
Let's start with actually finishing sentences. And while we're at it, we need to acknowledge that ministers, pastors, and preachers don't necessarily claim to lead cults. And nobody joins a cult. Rather, they join what they believe is a really good thing. We call it a cult when it goes bad. Followers or parishioners or attendees are under the impression that they're getting community or into a movement. And to some degree, they're getting what they pay for. For all they know, they could be, say, going to see a Taylor Swift movie. Then all of a sudden they're sacrificing feminism in order to prevent themselves from getting criticized by other women. Their status may not occur to them until later.
My friend who lives in Cincinnati found out that she lives very close to a very small cult, and she posted about it on her stories. DMs start to flood in of their own personal cult stories and what cults they had been a part of.
And shortly after, she sends this message in our group chat.
I was a part of that church from 7th grade up until like junior year.
For the most part, Dwell operates out of home churches. Home churches are small group Bible studies meeting in people's homes. They stand as the backbone of Dwell, and we love to introduce them to others, they say. And the idea goes back to the earliest days of the Christian movement. Now, each home church has a leader, and that leader is grouped with an experienced staff member to help with consultation and oversight. However, coaches differ in how they assist groups, and by Dwell's own admission, they serve as a home church without directly getting involved. And not only does that create a crazy chain of command, but that sounds eerily similar to fraternity and sorority houses.
Former church members provided me with addresses of ministry houses near campus. Many of them were in disrepair with clutter on the outside. This house, nicknamed Thunderdome, was being fumigated when we stopped by. There were liquor bottles and glasses on the porch.
I bet that Thunderdome sign came with the house and used to be what the previous owner called the microwave that he made his Hot Pockets in. Unless Jimothy the raccoon is digging through the trash in the backyard, ain't no Thunderdome. As you can imagine, not every ministry house is created equal. Yet, Dwell offers a service team to assist whenever possible. Plus, there is a ministry house agreement to prohibit what definitely goes on. And if I'm not mistaken, you're expected to be an active participant with a mentor that you meet up with each week, plus multiple Bible studies and a house meeting. This, in addition to if you have a part-time job and or schoolwork. A big recruiting tool for Dwell's college and high school groups is their college and high school students. Friends and family first, then they hover in and around the campus of The Ohio State University to invite folks to their houses. Not merely because it's a local mission, no, and probably, I'll admit it, we've been primed. Buckeyes and Ohio State football fans are kind of already in a cult.
They really promote going to Ohio State or Columbus State.
And anything else, you're turning your back to God because God's given you this community in Columbus.
Another former Xenos member shared this document with me. It's titled Propositions on Christ, Culture, and Career with Church Leaders' Bylines. It says, God has sovereignly placed these students in Xenos. Shouldn't the burden of proof be on why you should go away to school? If a kid's heart is right with God, he doesn't want to go elsewhere.
Another recruiting tool is low rent. One can rent a room to be shared with 2 or 3 other adults for $300-ish a month, including utilities. If you're keeping score at home, 6-bedroom house, around 15 people living there, $4,500 a month, baby. That can buy all the beer and vapes and hookah that they rationalize as not being forbidden in the Bible. And what attracts people of all ages, races, genders, cultures, and so on to dwell is what draws them to Christian churches overall, as well as to these United States. The new Colossus. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Except America made other nations tired and poor and turned other countries into huddled masses. And Xenos wouldn't do that to people's previous relationships and personal lives. Xenos wouldn't do that to people's previous relationships and personal lives. Xenos.
I was raised to believe that the world, which was everything that was not Dwell or Xenos, was a horrible and dangerous and violent place.
What Ms. TikTok handle Xenos Dwell as a cult has gathered is that the lowly, the lonely, those who feel like the only ones find a dwelling place at Xenos.
I battled a lot of loneliness. The combination of that left me feeling confused, alone, and a little bit hopeless.
To try and create a community where I felt I was valuable and my life had significance. But I ended up being really lonely.
Then get too busy with churching to spend time with non-ministry family and friends. Oh, and if you can't keep up with your previously agreed upon meetings and responsibilities, you are called a do-nothing by leadership. Put that on there. Opponents will deem that to be targeting the vulnerable. And the words isolate and isolation came up so many times in that Xenos is a cult website, which contains over 700 accounts of people claiming abuse at that church. Proponents call this recruiting tool seeking and saving the lost. They tried to get out ahead of that NBC4 report from a few years ago that I've been referencing, but, well, I'll have McNutty explain. You'll see her in this clip, then proof of what she's been focusing on. Take it away, Jessica.
This was the elders trying to prepare people for it coming out and how to argue that they weren't a cult.
At the serving team meeting in here earlier tonight, Conrad made an excellent point. He said rather than clamoring for some kind of public apology as an institution, we should look to ourselves and see if there are things we've done individually that we should repent for.
I can understand how this community church wouldn't want an apology to come off too corporate. Therefore, would encourage individuals among them to say sorry. This way, care and compassion is more personable. However, this allows Dwell to shirk accountability. Therefore, everything that I've said has been geared towards Xenos' structure, their system, not the students or members. And just in case anyone's like, you should interview leadership to gain their perspective. Well, 3 things. For one, there's been so much media attention on Xenos that I've seen and heard several ways the church denies the harm or abuse ever took place, sometimes attacks a person that they have harmed or are still harming, then uses the reverse card to switch to victim and offender. I'm not going to let them use my platform to continue to Darvo. 2, do they want me to ask the entity that's possibly involved with the complete destruction of personal mental health, spiritual abuse, and the loss of happiness and emotional stability what their point of view is? What are they going to say? That's not how we behave in the Thunderdome. And 3, get that same energy with Dwell. They got 47 testimonials up on their website. None of them address the very specific, often repeated accusations and allegations that they should deal with. Evidence that this church's method and message match the American Psychological Association's definition for cult are really piling up. So if they don't want to be called that, they should change more than the name of their church. Besides, they better take it. Apparently, they're accused of dishing it.
This man and his siblings grew up in the church. He says he decided to leave when he was asked about his sister's epilepsy.
They asked me if she had ever done anything occult or like done a Ouija board, because part of possession could be epilepsy, like seizures.
When there are so many stories that are identical, it's clearly an issue. But hey, none of this is to the extent of Charles Manson and the Manson family, who unalived 6 people, including actor Sharon Tate, who was pregnant at the time, or Heaven's Gate, led by Marshall Herff Applewhite Jr. Nearly 40 members died by mass suicide. The tragic images of bodies covered up with blankets and Nike shoes actually reveals that us sneakerheads are in a cult. Sneakerheading is a cult. I'm not in at least 2 cults. Don't forget Jim Jones and the People's Temple, where more than 900 died in a mass suicide. That's where the phrase "drink the Kool-Aid" comes from, although what they actually drank was essentially, intentionally poisoned or laced flavor aid. Neither of those brands dying from that shows you how well Xenos survives. So, cults come in many different forms. Some ones could merely be candles and a campfire, a seance, folks doing something devious like using a Ouija board or selling Avon products and Mary Kay themed Ouija boards. According to Masterclass, cults feature authoritarian control, extremist beliefs, isolation from society, and adoration of a single individual, amongst other things.
You ever feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up? That's your intuition, and you should listen to it. You'll be learning how to spot these character traits in others. The skills taught in this class could very well save your life. I'm John Douglas, and this is Masterclass.
Is that a course to help you understand what cults are, or to give you the tools to start one? That was cool as hell. I personally got a better understanding of all of this when a friend of mine approached me about Dwell a little while ago. They had no idea if I knew that place even existed, let alone how I felt about it. But they desperately want their sibling out of there. Here's what they told me recently. I've always had conflicted feelings about Xenos. I was first introduced to it in high school through someone I love. My friends and I checked it out, but pretty quickly, we all felt like something was off. Xenos isn't just one church. It's a huge organization made up of multiple church groups. The hard part is that, for my loved one, it's been her main community and friend group for the past 20 years. My family and I have tried talking to her about leaving, but those conversations never end well. I've also seen members insert themselves into personal family situations that really weren't their place. Overall, I've heard and witnessed far more negative experiences from people who got deeply involved than positive ones. Yes, they offer community and belonging, but at what cost? My biggest issue with Xenos is the way they target vulnerable people, especially college freshmen who are just looking for a sense of community. They even start as early as high school by having groups that connect with students. At what point does that community become unhealthy? It's concerning when people start questioning, or worse, stop questioning their own morals, values, and judgment simply because someone else tells them there's a better way to live. Real quick, while editing this video, I realized that I, of all people, forgot to say what one of my biggest issues is with Dwell, and it's that they're making Columbus look bad, and we don't need any help.
And to be honest with you, I have literally been racking my brain as to why I hate Columbus so much, and it literally dawned on me yesterday when I was working out. It's because I was in that goddamn cult, and I just associate Columbus with that fucking cult.
If you find yourself studying cults, you will note that they are usually led by charismatic leaders. I wouldn't say Dwell has that problem, but again, what do I know? I'm charmed by a stubby raccoon. And don't be fooled. A cult could be one-on-one. A cult can be a family with an overbearing parent. A cult can be for good. To be clear, cults, or what we perceive to be cults, can be dangerous, but how we respond to what we believe to be cults can also be dangerous. See, Philadelphia Move, which got bombed by the police, and Fred Hampton got assassinated while building the Rainbow Coalition. I'm working on an episode about The People Under the Stairs, and that movie is said to be a cult classic. And there's an instance where the connotation of that word is positive. Also, there's a course on cults and pop culture. Students examine what it is about what could be known as intentional communities, as they call them in the class, that attracts followers. One of the academic definitions of a cult is a new religious movement, something that isn't yet old enough to be considered a religion. You want to know who really decides the difference between a cult and a religion? This info could have made this episode a lot shorter, but the IRS. The reason that Scientology is a religion is because no one has been able to convince the IRS it shouldn't be. That's what it comes down to. Tax exemption. If I came to you and said, there's one group of people in particular who used to draw half of a fish in sand on trees and doorways and so on, in hopes that someone else would come along to draw the other half, and that completed symbol could also be used by these same people to signal that they shared the same faith or show a place for them to meet up and worship. To be one of them, you had to get dipped in water. Then they would share a meal, tell stories, recite wisdom as told by a dead teacher whose ghost lives in you. And on certain days, they would eat his body and drink his blood simply because he told them to. Would you believe it to be an intentionally obtuse take on a full-fledged belief system that came from a sect of Judaism like Christianity? And if you thought I was referring to one a second ago, well, the early Christian church could have been considered a cult. And I don't know how or when it would have went from that to a religion. And there are people who feel like all religions are cults. So there's that.
All religion is a cult. The amazing thing is that when they don't agree with the other religion, they call the other one a cult, and we're a religion. We're okay. It's them that are a cult. Okay. A cult exists when the people believe and follow an individual. The pastor says this, everybody says yes, amen, hallelujah. That's a cult. In here, it's not a cult because nobody believes the doggone thing I say, and you prove it.
When it comes to this topic, it is important to recognize the difference between due and undue influence. Due influence involves informed consent, your choice, right to question, listening to your inner voice, freedom to interact with anyone, free will, and the freedom to leave. However, undue influence is deceptive and manipulative. The psychologist who wrote this article will go on to say, I am seeing clients who have been abused by use of hypnosis and NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, especially by unqualified life coaches. Undue influence does not erase a person's old identity, but rather creates a new identity to suppress the old one. Wink, wink, hint, hint. Churches, non-denominational or otherwise, and religions at large have a lot of control and influence. Good, positive, altruistic, benevolent at times, sure. And this includes Dwell. I don't want to take away from their giving and their philanthropy. I've seen the positive impact they've had on people's lives week to week, but I've been told that when someone wants to leave, it's not a sorry things didn't work out between us type situation. And getting pushed out or excommunicated is even worse. In May of 2013, Kwesi Sample drowned off the coast of Holden Beach in North Carolina. He was 21 years old and had moved into a ministry house not too long prior. That shouldn't suggest that there was any wrongdoing in his death. And Zenas would call that trip a non-church sponsored vacation. There was years of litigation trying to determine if Zenas was obligated to protect its members or not. According to the Daily Beast, Sample's mother, before she ultimately died, claimed her son was already gone before the tragedy. She saw changes in him that she didn't think were consistent with the last 18 years of his life. I don't want another parent to ever lose a child, let alone lose a child like I did, said the family's lawyer. I recently spoke with someone who knew Kwesi and also lived in a ministry house, and he was put off by the response of some.
There was a girl that was in that house, and she said Kwesi's mother came to the house yelling and screaming at them and blaming them because of the death. And she was very callous in her response. Like, you know, Quasi was a grown ASS man. You know, he could, you know, it's not our fault that he tried to go out there. He swam and he drowned.
At that time, Dominic Brogsdale, an author who gladly allowed me to use his name, image, and likeness, said he was going through some stuff with his ministry house. He lost his job. His relationship with the housemates got icy. There's a lot more to the story. I'm actually going to leave it out of this in order to encourage him to write about it. There have been at least 2 suicides by Dwell/Xenos members that I know of. That doesn't even account for failed attempts either. I'm not going to pretend to know the details behind these losses. And I hope their loved ones got the support they needed from that church. And I hope that church built out a plan to address mental health concerns when there are warning signs before things get bad. But I doubt it. I pray that I'm wrong. I did notice as part of the housing agreement that taking meds is listed. Good. Are trained and licensed professionals on speed dial in order to be available for those struggling to contend with, for example, anxiety and stress caused by expectations and pressure due to their community church's living arrangements. See, there's this thing that I've heard among certain Christians that has bothered me for years. It goes like this. If you commit suicide, you go to hell because you committed murder, which is sinful, but you were unable to repent. And whether you do or don't believe in the afterlife, we have no idea of what that process looks like. Besides, that scenario is mad convenient. What if some old man creates a graven image, then instantly has a heart attack? Are they destined for hell? What if a teen girl bears false witness and immediately gets in a fatal car accident? Was that on the path to hell? And maybe it's just me, but said Christians can be so thankful for what God has provided, glasses for eyesight, but believe psychology and psychiatry to be a human-made thing. Therefore, don't seek out those services or resources. It's like, damn, I didn't know Kate Spade came directly from heaven. The point is, with everything said about Dwell, Xenos, Fish House Fellowship for more than 50 years, there's so much that I'm missing and I'm leaving out a lot. If they continue to refuse to change their policies or practices, then they are a cult. That's a cult. If someone needs assistance with leaving that community church, go to leavingdwell.com and or dwellchurchcolumbusisaCult.com. If someone's in a different church, ministry, house of worship, and question their surroundings, same thing. Reach out to these websites. If you or someone you know needs emotional support, contact the National Mental Health Hotline, 988. Until then, know that you're not alone. Do small things that bring you joy. There's videos of a stubby raccoon online. We're going to be all right.
Sorry. We're going to throw those on the tape.
There is a real working system inside major companies that quietly decides you will never be hired again. And most people never find out until every application just disappears into silence.
Ray, did you get that?
A little while back, a video about hidden do not hire tracking inside a well-known employer spread fast, leaving people asking the same 3 questions. Is this real? How does someone end up flagged? And how do you get off it? Today, I'm walking you through how this works from the inside, clearing up what's conspiracy and what's genuine mechanics, and showing you exactly what puts your name on that list.
I sent you an email.
Welcome back. I'm Dre.
What's your email?
I've spent years sitting in recruiting rooms, comp planning meetings, and the kind of closed-door conversations where decisions about candidates actually get made. This channel exists to pull back the curtain on that stuff. Career strategy, hiring mechanics, workplace politics, the parts of the process nobody explains to you. Because most career advice out there is written by people who've never actually been in the room. If that's what you're here for, hit subscribe, because we get into this every week. Here's the first thing people get wrong. When they hear do not hire list, they picture an actual spreadsheet somewhere with your name on it, maybe even shared between companies like some kind of credit report for job seekers. That's not really how it functions. In most applicant tracking systems, there's no dedicated blacklist tab sitting off to the side. What exists instead is a status field attached to your candidate profile, and that status quietly follows you through every job you apply for at that company, sometimes for years. It's not dramatic. It's just a note, a code, a flag, buried in a system most candidates will never see the inside of. But functionally, it does exactly what people assume the mythical list does. It makes sure you never get another callback without anyone ever telling you why. To understand how you actually end up there, you need to understand how candidates typically get sorted after an interview loop. In systems I've worked with, there are usually 3 outcomes. The first is straightforward. You get the offer, and none of this applies to you. The second is what I'd call a reconsider later status. This means you didn't do anything disqualifying. You just weren't quite the right fit for that specific role. Maybe you were missing one skill or 1 year of experience. Recruiters will often attach an informal waiting period to that status, sometimes without ever telling you it exists. And the idea is that once that window closes, you're free to apply again with a clean slate. That window isn't standard either. It can be a few months for a junior role or closer to a year for something more senior. And it usually depends on how specific the gap was. Honestly, this is the most common outcome for candidates who don't get the job. It doesn't mean the door is closed. It just means it's closed for now. The third outcome is the one you don't want, and that's a permanent do not reconsider flag. Once that's attached to your profile, it usually applies across every team and every open role at that company, not just the one you originally applied for. Every recruiter who pulls up your file can see it, and most of them won't bother explaining why they're passing on you. So what actually earns you that permanent flag? Let's get into it. Rarely does a failed technical or skills assessment alone get you permanently flagged, unless there's clear evidence you tried to cheat your way through it, using an outside tool or another person to feed you answers in real time. That kind of thing tends to end an interview process immediately, and it gets documented in detail. More often, the permanent flag comes from the behavioral side of the interview, when an answer you give directly conflicts with how the company defines its core values or standards of conduct. These moments are rarer than people assume, but when they happen, they usually get written down close to word for word and attached permanently to your file. Reneging on an accepted offer is another one. If you've confirmed a start date and then back out at the last minute, especially without giving any notice, that gets logged too, and it tends to stick for a long time. The same goes for no showing a scheduled interview, even something as small as a phone screen. Missing it without a heads up sends a clear signal to a hiring team about how you'll treat their time later, and that note travels with your profile to every other opening you apply for down the line. There's a related concept worth separating out here because people mix the two up constantly, and that's rehire eligibility. If you used to work somewhere and left, your exit usually gets coded with a simple eligible or not eligible for rehire status inside the HR system, completely separate from any candidate side flag. This one is often more mechanical than judgmental. It can get triggered by a performance issue, but it can just as easily get triggered by something administrative, like not giving proper notice or a manager simply defaulting to not eligible out of habit rather than any real grievance. The problem is that status usually isn't reviewed again unless someone actively challenges it, so it can sit there indefinitely, quietly blocking you from ever being considered for a return, long after the actual reason behind it stopped mattering to anyone. One more wrinkle worth knowing. These flags aren't necessarily permanent in a technical sense, even when they're described that way. Companies go through mergers, system migrations, and platform overhauls fairly regularly, and applicant tracking data doesn't always survive the jump cleanly. Sometimes a flag gets carried over intact. Sometimes it gets dropped entirely because nobody mapped that specific field to the new system. There's no way to know which one applies to you from the outside, and I wouldn't build a strategy around hoping for the second option. But it does explain why some people find themselves unexpectedly back in consideration at a company that once went completely silent on them. Here's a beat that catches people off guard. Recruiters and hiring managers usually aren't the only people whose impressions matter in this process. In a lot of companies, how you treat the front desk staff, the person walking you around a facility, or the coordinator scheduling your travel and interview times gets fed straight back to the recruiting team. If you're dismissive, demanding, or difficult with anyone in that process, it's often reported, and it can end your candidacy on the spot, sometimes without the actual interview panel ever knowing the real reason the process quietly stopped moving. Misrepresenting your background is another quiet one. Inflating a title, rounding up years of experience, or claiming ownership of work that wasn't really yours. When that gets caught in a background check or a reference call after an offer's already been extended, it doesn't just cost you the job. It usually gets documented as a credibility issue rather than a simple mismatch. And that label tends to follow you further than a normal rejection would. There's one more trigger worth naming, and it's less about behavior and more about optics. Applying to dozens of unrelated roles at the same company in a short window doesn't read as enthusiasm from the inside, it reads as desperation. When a recruiter opens your profile and sees applications scattered across departments that have nothing to do with each other, the usual read is that no single team wants you, so you're throwing applications at anything open. That pattern alone can quietly get you deprioritized, even if nothing you did was technically wrong. Quick note here, because this touches on real employment practices, none of this is legal advice, and how candidate data gets stored, shared, or retained varies by company and by jurisdiction. If you have genuine concerns about how you were treated in a hiring process, that's a conversation for an employment attorney, not a video essay. Now let's clear up the biggest misconception, because the comments on this topic always go here. People assume there's some industry-wide blacklist that gets shared between competing companies. In my experience, that's usually not true, and I want to be direct about that. Recruiters at competing companies generally aren't coordinating against individual candidates. We don't have the time, the incentive, or, honestly, much interest in doing that. A bad experience with one candidate usually gets noted internally and then forgotten, not broadcast.
It's a Lego it's like two Lego things, two Lego commercials for Jesse's campaign. And I've been working on it. I finally got the shit done, and then I just can't. I don't have the editing thing on there, and it kind of tells you which one to use, but I like toggling back and forth because I'm not necessarily sure if the internet's gonna stay on right now. You know what I mean? So I kind of like trying to get it done. Yeah, so I got like two separate things open. You know what I mean? It's really important. I gotta get it over. I gotta get it done. So, yeah, I gotta get it done like ASAP because his stuff is already ready to go down there. Since I'm just putting it on the website. Like I'm almost finished with the editing of the website. You know what I mean? And that's like the final 2 pieces of that. But I can't do it myself. Every time I keep trying to do so, I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I'm just gonna be honest. I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So, you know what I mean? Considering that y'all know how to do it, tell me real quick so that I can do it and I can just post it on the shit. Like I've been trying to get it done for like damn near a month. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't be so difficult, but it apparently is for me.
To a rival employer down the street. What's far more likely is that you're flagged at one specific company, sometimes even just one division of it, because of one hiring manager's experience with you. Where it can get murkier is informal reference checking. When a recruiter happens to personally know someone at your previous company and makes a quick off-the-record call before moving you forward. That does happen, but it's usually tied to a specific relationship between two people, not some coordinated system. And it's far less common than candidates tend to assume when their search suddenly goes quiet. There are 2 rare exceptions worth naming, though. If your conduct became genuinely public, something serious enough to be searchable and permanently tied to your name, that can follow you across an entire industry. And a documented safety violation with real, verifiable consequences can do the same. But those are edge cases. They are not the norm. And most people reading into a string of rejections are not dealing with either one. So how do you actually know if you're on one of these lists? You're not going to get a notification. No recruiter is going to message you and say you've been permanently flagged, because most of them were never told to. What you might notice instead are patterns. Getting rejected within an hour or 2 of applying, more than once, at the same company, may be a signal worth paying attention to. Getting rejected even faster each time you reapply, sometimes within minutes, is often a stronger one. Applications that sit in a generic under review status for months without ever moving, while similar roles at the same company keep getting filled, can be another quiet indicator. So can getting the exact same rejection wording down to the sentence across completely different job families, which usually points to an automated triage step filtering you out before a person ever looks at your application. And if you were previously active in a company's hiring process, maybe you even made it to an interview and then suddenly can't get a single callback no matter what you apply for. That combination is usually worth taking seriously. So what can you actually do about it? You're probably not going to erase whatever status is attached to your profile at that specific company, and chasing that isn't a great use of your energy. What matters more is what you do going forward. Stop mass applying. Be selective and stay consistent with the type of role and level you're actually going for, so your activity tells a coherent story instead of looking scattered to anyone reviewing it. It's also worth being honest with yourself about how you've shown up in past processes, not just with interviewers, but with everyone you interacted with along the way, since that's usually the part people underestimate. It's also worth a quick self-check on anything publicly visible tied to your name, since some recruiters will glance at a public profile or a comment history before moving you forward. And an old, heated exchange with a former employer or recruiter sitting in public view can color that first impression before you ever get the chance to explain it yourself. If you think you've been flagged somewhere you genuinely want to work, your best move usually isn't reapplying cold. It's building a real relationship with someone on that hiring team first, so you come in through a referral instead of the general pipeline. It's not a guarantee, but it's the most realistic path back in that I've seen work. And give it time. Systems get replaced. Data doesn't always migrate cleanly, And companies do periodically clean house on old records. That's not something to count on, but it does happen more often than people assume. So here's the honest version, full circle. The do not hire list is real, but it's not the sinister, industry-wide conspiracy people imagine when they first hear about it. It's usually a handful of quiet status codes sitting in a database, and most of them get triggered by things that are genuinely within your control. Show up professionally. Treat everyone in the process with respect. Be intentional instead of scattered with your applications. And for most people, this is never something you'll actually have to think about at all. If this cleared things up, subscribe, because next week, I'm getting into what actually happens to your application in the first 90 seconds after you hit submit. And it's not what most people think it is. Drop a comment if you've ever noticed a pattern like this in your own job search. I read all of them.
Hold on a second, earlier. I'm multitasking. I said I was multitasking. Hold on a second. All right.
Peace, everybody. Welcome back to All Viral Access Media. In breaking news, the family has released a statement in regard to the backlash and allegations against their son. And their lawyer, Russell Latino, has released a statement. Here it goes. Now, the Edmiston family expresses its sincere condolences to the family of Nona Wells for their tragic loss. Like so many in Ocean Springs, across Mississippi, and across the nation, our prayers for answers and peace are with his parents, family, and friends. Out of respect for Nona's family and the integrity of the investigation process, we have chosen not to draw public attention to ourselves as unfettered speculation rage. Recent targeted attacks on our son, Bart Jr., now make our silence impossible. Mississippi Gulf Coast residents journeyed out to Horn Island to celebrate the holiday on the 4th of July.
Send you stuff.
Home from college, Bart Jr. was among them. He piloted his own boat to Horn Island and piloted his own boat home.
Thank you, Ray.
When a nearby boat suffered a mechanical malfunction on the afternoon of the 4th, Bart Jr. gave advice and directed aid to the distressed vessel. As part of this, he aborted the distressed vessel, removed the transom plug, got back onto his boat, and towed the distressed vessel for a short distance. These actions allowed water to have accumulated on the distressed vessel to drain. Bart Jr. believes that more than 20 passengers were spread across the two boats to witness these events. Others may have also witnessed from the water or shore. When Nona's disappearance and death came to light, Bart Jr. freely and fully cooperated with law enforcement investigating the tragedy. He sat for interviews, answered all of the questions he asked, and shared all of his recollection from July 4th, 2026. Bart Jr. also complied a list of potential witnesses, including passengers on the boat he was piloting, to share with investigators. He allowed his phone to be viewed and shared requested photographs and videos from that day with law enforcement. He also permitted the inspection of his boat and GPS device. He did all of this without counsel, without requiring warrants, and without hesitation. Bart Jr. has an open book. Bart Jr. has been an open book during the process. He, like so many in our community, wants a thorough, fair, and impartial investigation that does not start with a pre-drawn conclusion, but seeks and finds the truth. At no point in this process has Bart Jr. ever been identified as a suspect in Nona's death. This has not stopped people from engaging in dangerous speculations, nor has stopped outright fabrications. With each new name mentioned by the media or on social media, a new mob immediately argues that person must somehow be culpable. Facts are invented out of thin air. AI is used to distort or create photographs, videos, or audio. People begin to draw unsubstantiated conclusions and reckless threats follow. This week, it has been Bart Jr.'s turn to be accused by thousands of online strangers who do not know him, do not know any relevant facts, and do not care about our community or the truth of what happened. We grieve for the loss of Nolan, but as a family, we are also connected for the lives, concerned for the lives of our children and the safety of others being convicted in a court of public opinion without facts. Indeed, contrary to known evidence. We cannot allow our son to be slandered or our family to be doxxed and threatened, including threats made as recently as yesterday on Bart Jr.'s life, without attempting to correct the record and hold egregious actors responsible for the danger they are manufacturing. To that end, we have retained legal counsel for the purpose of pursuing recourse against those individuals fabricating lies about him or family or our family. The first cease and desist and spoliation letter is being issued today to an online user who originated many of the falsehoods against Bart Jr. This user shares pictures of our home, our resident address, land plats, and information about our work, while simultaneously falsely asserting through various videos and posts that Bart Jr. is a suspect, that he caused or contributed to Nolan's death, or that he is involved in a cover-up of Nolan's death. It's a toxic combination in an emotionally charged environment. None of these things are true. There is no evidence to support these claims. Let us be clear, Bart Jr. helped a boat that was in distress. He did not kill a friend, witness the death of a friend, or conceal the death of a friend. These are fictions made up by people with no actual knowledge of the events of that day. Unfortunately, those fictions are seen by millions of people and oft repeated. Our family is working with the FBI, the Mississippi Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and local enforcement to determine if federal and state cyber stalking crimes have been committed and to address the direct threats to our son's life. We will continue to pursue all available legal remedies. We will not be deterred by whether offenders have the ability to compensate us for our damages. This is not about money. We are working to ensure the safety of our family, but also to push back on the very mob rule that ignores the truth, undermines the rule of law, destroys the presumptions of innocence, and ultimately makes it harder for justice to prevail. We know this moment will pass. The truth will win out. The reckless mob will move on to the next big thing, but in their wake, they will leave a grieving family, young men whose reputations have been forever tarnished in a community of people who used to smile at each other in the grocery store, but who trust just a little less now. Okay, I got it right the first time. It is a tragic reality of society full of internet sloth, unconcerned by the damage their lives wreak. We would simply like to implore people to think deeply about the potential consequences of things they say without proof or knowledge. Ask yourself, do I know this to be true? Are these things I'm saying likely to help or hurt? Am I doing this because it is right or because I crave attention? Spreading false information does not honor Nolan's life or his family loss. It pulls us further away from the truth. We can all be better in these moments. Now, that was a good response. And I see that I'm kind of glitching here. But let me say, But let me say this in closing. We have to be very careful on how we disseminate information. And there's a lot of people online that create, unnecessary, sometimes egregious fabricating allegations, videos, pictures, and all that. This happened with the Kanika Jenkins. And I had to debunk, if anything, all of it. So we have to be very careful. That's why me personally, I don't jump on everything, but I do give my opinion on it. Some of these things can be true and it can be possible of happening. And they have to respect the minds of the people such as myself and others. I ain't jump out the window as much as others, but you have to understand where we are coming from, because Mississippi, just white community period, has protection. It has protected themselves for a lot of wrongdoings. It's a historical track record. So right off the rip, we have to look at the situation with caution and to look at things from a deeper meaning and look at it and look at that community skeptical, because a lot of lynchings, a lot of things have been happening and nothing has ever been done. You know how many bodies that's in the ground? They just found over, what was that, 330 people in the unmarked grave in Mississippi? Do they know who their family members are? I'm pretty sure there were people that was being lynched from back in the days. So we cannot sit up here and ignore the stain that white America left on the Black community, period. Historically, things have not changed. It just all got sophisticated. But we do have to understand that there is people who just will run with anything and other people will just jump on it and put it out there. I try my best not to do things like that at all, but I do have my opinion. And things do look fishy within this case. Absolutely. And no one, I would love for all the rest of the friends to give police their phones and GPS and video footage just as freely as Bart did. If anything, Bart is the only one who actually did not seek any counsel and gave police his phone and all the access to what transpired. Where's the rest of them? And why can't they let their phone be examined? Y'all let me know your thoughts in the comment section. How y'all feel about this, man? Peace.
I don't know. I don't trust any of the white boys. Let's see. Sorry, Billy. They'll do both things at the same time. If not, let me see.
Welcome to the Daily Show. Man, we got a barn board here. My name is Jon Stewart. Great show for you tonight. Later on in this program, I'll be talking to CNN's chief White House correspondent, Caitlin Collins. She'll be joining us.
I get in trouble for that. Okay, shit. I don't know why it's on there. Okay. This one's important too. Try to get through as many as I can.
This message comes from Schwab. At Schwab, you can get everything from self-directed investing to full-service wealth management, all in one place. No matter your investing goal, life stage, amount to invest, or know-how, you can invest your way with Schwab.
Hey everyone, you're listening to Code Switch, the show about race and identity from NPR. I'm B.A. Parker.
And I'm Gene Demby. All right, Parker. So, we've talked before on this podcast, obviously, about young dudes getting red-pilled online, right?
Yes. They start looking at fitness influencers or podcasters or gaming streamers, and they get introduced and pulled toward more extreme ideas like, conspiracy theories, misogyny, racism, anti-Semitism. It's all a bad time, man. So, thanks, Internet.
You're crazy for that one, Internet. Yeah, there's a lot of lonely people out there online. But on another part of the interwebs, there are a lot of folks out there hawking their wares, trying to get you to join their MLMs.
So we should explain for the people MLMs are multi-level marketing companies.
Right.
You know, like pyramid schemes.
Right. And those companies deny that they're pyramid schemes. They say that's not what they are.
Think Amway or Cutco Knives or Herbalife.
Oh, you know that lady in your neighborhood pushing a hot pink SUV that she got as a reward for selling a whole lot of Mary Kay? But Parker, what if I told you that I recently learned one of the most visible white nationalist groups in the country right now might be kind of doing this red pill thing and this MLM thing at the same time?
I don't think I would like that, Gene.
This morning, as hundreds of members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front marched through DC.
Washington, D.C., carrying Confederate flags and shouting slogans like, quote, "Reclaim America."
That group is called Patriot Front, and I learned a lot about them from the reporting of Odette Youssef, who's one of our colleagues here at NPR.
I am NPR's domestic extremism correspondent, and I cover domestic extremism.
And Odette walked me through what she knows about these dudes.
So this is a neo-Nazi organization. This is a group of men that are trying to foment for a white ethno-state, for ethnic cleansing of the United States. This is a group that admires Hitler. The founder of Patriot Front is a man named Thomas Rousseau.
Mass immigration must be halted and reversed with equally massive repatriation efforts.
Rousseau is based in Texas. He's 27, so he's like a Gen Z cusper. And he founded Patriot Front after he went to the Unite the Right rally in 2017 back in Charlottesville. You remember that, Parker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was back when he was a teenager.
When he was just a little fledgling fascist.
Odette talked to this guy named Chris Goldsmith, who went undercover in Patriot Front because Goldsmith wanted to get a sense of what things look like from the inside, like what their books look like, how they sustain themselves financially.
The way he describes Patriot Front is as a cult and a pyramid scheme. And that's because Thomas Rousseau really keeps a tight leash on members of Patriot Front.
And Odette said that members of Patriot Front have to buy, Parker, what's basically branded merch from Rousseau. In this case, stickers and stencils.
Wait, so he's like neo-Nazi Lisa Frank?
Far fewer rainbows because, you know, they hate queer folks. But yes.
This is sort of the financial scheme, is that members basically have to purchase propaganda material every month, you know, from Thomas Rousseau, and they mail him cash. He expects them to go out weekly and post propaganda for the organization, whether that's putting stickers up or doing banner drops or, you know, stencils or whatever.
So you got these hundreds of young white dudes looking for community online with other young, disaffected racists. And so they're joining the street team for the white ethno-state. They're like hype beasts for Hitler. Parker, I should say that groups like Patriot Front are trying to raise their profile because if you're a young guy on the far right now, you kind of got a lot of options, including through official government channels.
Right. So, like, if you're anti-immigrant, why pay into this club when you could just get a job with ICE?
Exactly. So that's what we're getting into on this episode, Parker, because these guys are openly recruiting in public in ways that white supremacists haven't felt safe to do in a real long time, in part because the Trump administration is looking past open displays of rising political extremism on the right, all the while ramping up investigations and prosecutions into its political opponents that the administration has labeled extreme and on the left.
Oh, boy. Okay, take it away, Gene.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from strawberry.me. Be honest. Are you happy with your job? Are you stuck in a job you've outgrown or never wanted in the first place? Are your reasons for staying really just excuses for not leaving? Let a career coach from strawberry.me help you get unstuck. Discover the benefits of having a dedicated career coach in your corner and get 50%.
In the middle of this photo is this woman, a Black DC resident named Bernita Bolding. And she's kind of staring into the middle distance. And people all over the internet were worried about Bolding. But Odette Youssef says Patriot Front was trying to present itself as friendly and accessible. So in DC, they made a point to be really visible, but not violent or disruptive.
They look like the guy at Best Buy. Like they've got the khakis and like the polo shirt, and they look very approachable. And that is part of that optic that they are trying to cultivate, you know, not scary, but still a show of force.
Yeah, they're not building a treehouse in the backyard. They're building a white ethno state.
I think what they are hoping to portray or to project is that they are a group of organized men who share these beliefs, and they're out putting on what they are terming a patriotic display, right? Like dressed in the red, white, and blue patches, organized, orderly is what we saw in DC, but, you know, standing firm on their values. And it absolutely is intended to signal to men who are on the right, but not as far right, that this is a group that they should think about.
So if we were to do kind of like a taxonomy of white nationalism, right? If you could sort of like sketch out the like sort of giant universe of white nationalism, how does Patriot Front position itself in relation to the other groups out there? Like why would somebody join Patriot Front and not the Klan or some other neo-Nazi group?
So first of all, I think the Klan is just passé. Like,
Okay.
I don't think that people like young Gen Z dudes are like, oh, the Klan, like that's where the cool kids are at. You know, even though the ideology really is the same, it's the presentation that differs. And this has been true throughout history. You know, I've said in my reporting, like Patriot Front is basically neo-Nazi skinheads with a different presentation, right? Different optics. And so in some ways, it really isn't very different from the other threads of the white nationalist far right. There's a common ideology. It's just sort of the choice of aesthetic that differs. One thing I will note, though, is that Patriot Front, like many of these neo-Nazi organizations, is not political. You know, it's I've gotten this question from people before, like, oh, are they pro-Trump? No, they're not pro-Trump.
When you say not political, you mean like not partisan?
Yeah, they're not for like a political party. Like they're not for working within the political system to achieve their goal.
Okay.
You know, Patriot Front falls into a category of what would be called accelerationist groups. Accelerationism is an idea that the only way to build the fascist future, the far-right fascist future, is by accelerating the collapse of society and government and order that currently exists, so that from the ashes, something new can be built, and that new thing would be a white ethno-state. And so these guys are basically advocates for race war, for anything that sort of accelerates just disorder. The difference between Patriot Front, though, and some other groups that fall within the accelerationist spectrum is that you don't really hear about like members of Patriot Front plotting attacks on like the energy grid or things like that. You hear about that from some groups that would be considered even further right, like within the accelerationist spectrum. And what Chris Goldsmith told me is that Patriot Front is a bit of like an entryway to those other groups. Like the churn in Patriot Front is high. Guys join, they fall out because of just, you know, they get sick of Thomas Rousseau or they get sick of each other, whatever, but they still believe all those things. And so they might go and join other groups that are even more extreme in what they would do or what they would encourage in terms of achieving that end state. But the end goal is the same.
It's like the gateway organization into the larger white supremacist universe.
That's right. And so they may go on to those other organizations or groups or networks where there is more, you know, sort of criminal behavior actually that is encouraged and that they believe might be necessary to accelerate social collapse.
So obviously these guys, they're white nationalists, but you say they have a bunch of other grievances that kind of feel straight out of our culture wars, right? Trans issues, queerphobia, those kind of things. How intentional is that sort of positioning as like we care about the sort of things that white, normie, conservative men care about?
Very intentional. I think what they are hoping to portray or to project is that, you know, they are a group of organized men who, you know, share these beliefs, and they're out putting on what they are terming a patriotic display, right? Like dressed in the red, white, and blue patches, organized, orderly is what we saw in DC, but, you know, standing firm on their values. And it absolutely is intended to signal to men who are on the right, but not as far right, that this is a group that they should think about.
So, okay, I was reading one article about Patriot Front that called them unserious but threatening. So, like, how worried should we be about groups like Patriot Front?
Yeah, I mean, Patriot Front has long been regarded as a group of LARPers, you know, live action role play guys who like to put on costumes and like do these marches around town or whatever. And to some extent, that is correct. They are not, as I said, they're not out there trying to bomb energy facilities, but they are not harmless. You know, one of the remarkable civil lawsuits that targeted Patriot Front concerned an attack that Patriot Front members made on an African-American musician in Boston. This was also around July 4th festivities. And they have changed that man's life forever. It was an attack in broad daylight. I think that shows a lot about who these people are. You know, they are advocating for social strife. They're advocating for the harm of people that are not Christian, white, cisgender men. And whether they are reaching a larger audience through these displays and seeming benign, you know, and recruiting greater numbers through that, like that's something that we should worry about, as we also should be worrying about the fact that they have been involved in violent assaults.
Does Patriot Front feel more empowered in this moment right now where Trump is in office? You mentioned that Rousseau, this organization, or the sort of precursor to this organization, came out of Unite the Right, which was emboldened by the first Trump administration. So how do they feel about this moment now?
So I think there's a few ways to answer that question. You know, one thing that I think is striking about the Patriot Front that showed up in DC and more recent records that have leaked from within that organization is that the membership count now may be as high as 500 people, which is probably more than double what it was back in June of 2022 when I actually was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, when they were trying to disrupt a pride event there and actually were disrupted by local police.
So Patriot Front seems to be growing.
So the numbers appear to have grown over the last few years.
Okay.
But on the other hand, when I heard about them marching in DC, part of me was like, why? You know, like,
say more about that.
The amount of activity from far right militias or extremist groups has really gone down since January when Trump took office again. And the thinking around that has been that many of these groups have seen things that they have been agitating for, you know, removal of immigrants, that kind of thing, enacted. And so the need for them to show up outdoors in public demonstrations, that kind of thing, has just been lower. So that's why I was surprised that Patriot Front would have gone through the trouble of staging this. But I think it's also interesting because it shows that even with everything that the Trump administration has put into effect with the removal of immigrants, it's not enough for Patriot Front. You know, their agenda is even more extreme than what the administration is doing. So, some of me has wondered, like, these guys, like, why are they mailing money to Thomas Russo every month for stickers and spending time, like, putting it out on,
Maybe they're just crafty dudes, on top of everything. You know what I mean?
It's an investment of time and money when, arguably, if they want to see a white ethno-state, they could join ICE and assist in the removal of immigrants and get paid to do it. I mean, that is, I don't have an answer to that question. Like, that's still a little bit confusing to me. I asked Christopher Goldsmith that question, and he said that really it is about that community aspect of it for them. These are not just MAGA guys, they might not be MAGA at all. These are neo-Nazis, maybe the community that they're trying to join up with are neo-Nazis.
Coming up, while data shows that far-right extremism was on the rise, the Trump administration is turning its attention and its powers to prosecute towards people it says are extremists on the left.
There's a real concern about what this is going to mean also domestically for freedom of speech or anybody that's involved really in any leftist organizing.
That's coming up, y'all. Keep it locked. Stay with us. And in case you missed it, Code Switch is coming to you every week now on Tuesdays and Fridays. That's right, we switched it up a little. So if you have feelings about it, please let us know. Get at us by email at codeswitch@npr.org.
This message comes from Lisa. Lisa mattresses are meticulously designed and assembled in the USA for exceptional quality, and they back it all up with free shipping, easy returns, and a 120-night sleep trial. Beautifully crafted mattresses tailored to how you sleep. Feel the difference from night one. Visit lisa.com for 30% off today. Plus, get an extra $50 off with promo code NPR. That's LEESA.com, promo code NPR. This message comes from Instacart. Instacart makes grocery shopping easier. And just because you're not doing the shopping yourself doesn't mean you don't care how it's done. With Instacart Shopper Notes, you can add details about what you want right in the app, like extra crispy rotisserie chicken or lettuce you'd pick yourself. Just leave a note so your shopper can get it right without having to ask. Download the Instacart app and shop today.
The NPR network has always been powered by the people it serves, not by shareholders or special interests, but by people like you and me who believe in a free and independent press. We just passed the one-year mark since Congress eliminated federal funding for public media. Please show your support before the end of the month. Visit plus.npr.org.
Gene, just Gene for this part, Code Switch. So we've been talking to our colleague, Odette Youssef. She covers domestic extremism here at NPR. And Odette says, yes, we should be aware of white nationalist extremists like Patriot Front, the group that descended on Washington, D.C. earlier this summer. But anybody concerned about the creeping threat of white nationalism should probably be paying much more attention to what the Trump administration is doing. So, Odette, we've been talking about Patriot Front, the white nationalist group that made headlines after they descended on D.C. on July 4th. And obviously, since the beginning of the Trump era, we've seen a lot of very public gatherings of mask off white supremacy, perhaps most infamously at the Unite the Right rally back in 2017. But the Trump administration is not particularly concerned with that kind of far-right extremism. In fact, Secretary of State Marco Rubio convened this big gathering of leaders from almost 5 other countries because the Trump administration wanted to call attention to what it called the urgent threat of far-left extremism. So what happened at this event and what came out of it policy-wise?
So this event, the State Department says there were 60 nations in attendance, and the framing around this was really coming from the U.S. State Department. Mm-hmm. And what they are trying to do is bring together countries that came together after the 9/11 attacks in a coalition to fight Islamist terrorism, but this time with a focus on what they are terming far left terrorism. And I think the framing about this has been a little bit interesting for me to see, just because the data have not shown far left terrorism to be as deadly as far-right terrorism has been across the years. You know, just
Mhm.
the literal body count pales in comparison. And I think we can think very easily of attacks, mass shootings, that kind of thing, that were motivated just here in the United States, but also in other countries by people who've adopted far-right beliefs. And so this is an effort to convene sort of an international coalition that is focusing on people because of what their politics are, what their beliefs are, rather than focusing on criminal behavior that's born out of an ideology. And so there's a real concern about what this is going to mean also domestically for freedom of speech or anybody that's involved really in any leftist organizing. You asked what's come out of it. You know, that very day that they had the meeting, the State Department issued restrictions on people that would travel to the U.S., foreign nationals traveling to the U.S. that may be associated with what they call far-left terrorist groups.
So Marco Rubio said that people talk about far-left terrorism as a kind of right-wing fever dream, but he says it actually needs to be taken very seriously. Like, do the people who research political extremism agree with his diagnosis of the situation?
No, I'll say in my reporting, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, actually, of what the counterterrorism field view on this is. You know, everyone that I've talked to in the course of my years of reporting on domestic extremism is aware that the primary source of domestic terrorism was the left 50 years ago. In the 1970s, you had groups like the Weather Underground and some other groups, Black Liberation Army, that actually were responsible for quite serious bomb plots, murdering police, that kind of thing. So it's not like a political bias that has identified the right as the source of the most lethal attacks that we've seen in recent years. It's just that that's what the facts are. And so, you know, I think the administration has been trying to sort of portray that focus as like a political bias, but the data are really quite clear on it.
I mean, the Trump administration has also gone after the Southern Poverty Law Center, investigating them for allegedly funding white supremacist groups. And if you don't know, the SPLC maintains this widely respected, widely cited database of extremist groups in the United States that was founded to build legal cases against groups like the KKK. So it seems kind of like the Trump administration is going after this independent organization that also keeps the receipts on a lot of right-wing extremists. How does the Justice Department's case against the SPLC fit into the initiatives that the Trump administration has taken up to go after what it sees as like liberal and left-wing groups?
Yeah. So I guess just to sort of set the table a bit, I feel like the Trump administration is using a number of tools to sort of position on this, right? We've just talked about the State Department using its tool of designating foreign terrorist organizations, and the Treasury Department using its tools of like sanctioning those who provide material support to foreign terrorist organizations. So that's like one category.
Right.
Another thing that President Trump has done is he has issued a number of executive orders. One of them that has caused a great deal of concern within civil society is it's called NSPM 7, National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7.
Okay.
Which essentially kind of puts out a warning sign to any entity or individual that may have provided funding or other support to what the Trump administration considers to be the radical left. And so the case against the SPLC is perceived among the people that I've spoken to about it as sort of like a test case of NSPM 7, the administration sort of going after a civil society organization. And so we will see how that case will hold up in court. What I think is very interesting about the SPLC case is I was not surprised that the administration would go after the SPLC. Like, the SPLC has been largely maligned by the GOP for years. What I expected was the administration to go after the SPLC from a tax perspective, maybe audit them or something like that. But instead, what the administration has done is it's leveled criminal charges against the SPLC, which was quite surprising, saying that basically they engaged in wire fraud with the banks, having all these accounts that they were using to pay their secret informants to white nationalist groups, and that the banks weren't aware of what those accounts really were for. And also of defrauding SPLC donors by using donor money that they were saying would help fight extremism, but actually they were saying it was funding white nationalism because some of the informants were highly placed sources within white nationalist groups. It was interesting to read the charges because there is a history actually of the Department of Justice itself paying white nationalist and far right informers. And we know that in fact, in some cases that has created danger for Americans or the public. And so, you know, it was interesting to see that they were sort of leveling those charges against the SPLC, which itself has been credited with essentially putting Klan groups, skinhead groups out of business. And I think everyone I've spoken to has said that it's almost laughable to accuse the SPLC of trying to keep extremist organizations in business just so they can continue.
There were reports under the Biden administration that it was white supremacist groups that were responsible for a disproportionate amount of political violence, which you said is borne out in the data. So these two administrations have seen the threat of rising political violence in the United States and political extremism in the United States through completely different lenses and as having completely different sources. Like, what do you make of that?
Well, I would correct that a bit because, you know, former FBI Director Christopher Wray, a Trump appointee, himself testified multiple times before Congress that the most lethal and persistent threat when it comes to Homeland Security is white supremacists. This was a Trump appointee. It was just not like debated among people who do serious data analysis. And I think that's why this campaign feels just purely political rather than based in any real evidence.
So Patriot Front is clearly a right-wing organization. The Trump administration is convening all these countries and groups to do something about left-wing extremism. But one of the sort of discomforting facts about the news in this moment we live in is that we have these incidents of really high-profile political violence in which the actors actually have kind of incoherent ideological motives, right? Like, I'm thinking of the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, the other guy who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump back in 2024. Like, they're nihilists and their politics are sort of idiosyncratic. So, like, what do we do with all these violent political actors whose politics don't really fit neatly on a left-right spectrum?
Yeah. So this has been a trend that's growing domestically and internationally, is sort of these like non-ideological terrorism. And it's been responsible for everything from school shootings to, as you mentioned, like the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And I know a lot of people would hear that are characterizing that assassination attempt as like, how could that not be ideological? But like his own writings were sort of hard to pin down, right? I mean, it's people say like, oh, that's obviously ideological behavior. He's going after the head of state.
Yeah, I mean, it's political violence because it was an attack on, you know, a political candidate at that time. Like that is what qualifies this as political violence. But it didn't seem like they were trying to make a political statement or advocate for some political cause through that attack, right? Again, citing that former FBI director, Christopher Wray, he called this salad bar extremism, where you had this sort of take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and like somehow the big picture is just that they're sort of maladjusted people who want to achieve some sort of fame within a subculture online, typically, that extols those kind of attacks. And so this is a growing issue, and it also concerns, in some cases, the grooming of young children online into behaviors of self-harm and harm against other people. It's actually quite a high priority, is my understanding, for law enforcement at every level. They're seeing more and more kids getting ensnared in networks that are non-ideological, misanthropic, and just sort of extolling violence for the sake of violence. And that's the sort of thing that one would expect to see a global convening of law enforcement around, because those are truly transnational networks and they can only be confronted across borders.
So the Trump administration is obviously framing the political left as a growing threat to America. How much does it matter who is in power when the government is deciding which basket of beliefs and ideologies are seen as especially dangerous?
So if the work is done properly, there should be no discussion of beliefs, right? There should be a focus on identifying criminal activity and prosecuting criminal activity. That something that would always preface the FBI director's comments before Congress is that we don't go after people because of what they believe. We go after people because they're engaged in criminal activity. And that really is what I think is so concerning about this administration, is that they have really sort of pivoted away even from the pretense of going primarily after criminal activity. And they are talking up front about ideology as sort of the reason that people might engage in criminal activity. And it's just, very troubling when you consider that in America, you can believe anything you want to believe. It's just a question of whether you're going to act on it in a way that is criminal, right?
Odette Yusuf is a national correspondent for NPR who covers extremism. Thank you, Odette.
Thank you.
And that's our show.
You can subscribe to the Code Switch newsletter by going to npr.org/Code Switch newsletter. This episode was produced by Jess Kung. It was edited by Courtney Stein. Our engineer was Anli Huang.
And we'd be remiss if we did not shout out the rest.
That's very interesting, huh? There's a whole bunch of extremism. That's interesting. Shit.
White people, man, they're pretty fucking girls, man, that they take like 400 years. Donald Trump, Democrat, Republican.
I don't know what to do, man. Pure white people, man. Jake Lang, who did your makeup, man? Who did your makeup? Are you supposed to be a brother with a skin condition? I need to understand. You couldn't pay for the full face? What happened? Did they run out of brown? They was mixing the chocolate with the caramel. What is this? You ought to get your money back. Like them people holding up Shiloh signs. This is shoddy work right here. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video, and salute to everybody who's supporting the channel over at thepeoplesgetup.com. Don't forget to send your merch pics to admin@reesewaters.com. This is Racist of the Week. We explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments, or you can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee.
Guys, Shiloh Hendricks is being lynched for her First Amendment activity inside this Minnesota courthouse right now. But the unity that we're having here is amazing.
I was wondering who was making the monkey noises back there, but it was just Jake Lang speaking. That's quite unity. That's quite unity right there. Yeah. If you pay 5 drifters standing in the median to stand up and hold signs, it'll look like unity. It definitely will. And it's also so funny how racists will claim everything is a lynching but a lynching. You know, they won't acknowledge an actual lynching, but a white person inconvenience, though.
Man, this some more bullshit. This is an organization called NOVA.
Nope, too late. Northern Virginia done took that. Yeah, they got NOVA. Add another A on there for AAA, because y'all need help.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real. They're standing up against white people's rights being obliterated in America. Right now, Shiloh's facing 180 days in jail, two-tiered persecution. Keith Ellison and the Swamp Democrats are trying to make free speech illegal in Minnesota. We have to unify. We have to stand behind Shiloh. Free Shiloh! Free Shiloh!
Golf clap. Golf clap.
You didn't pay them to support Free Shiloh? They're like, hey, he gave us half to hold this sign, but he didn't pay me to yell no Free Shiloh. I don't even know who that is. So, hey, all bets is off till I get my Subway sandwich. That's why you got to pay your people. Talk about his idea of free speech, because I believe we saw something like that from Elon Musk when it comes to free speech, the way that he opened up X and to use the N-word. That pretty much is exactly what they mean by that's literally all they mean, because wasn't no free speech when we was talking about Charlie Kirk, huh? Wasn't no free speech then. It's really just the N-word. Just call it that, baby. Just call it that. Because we know y'all say the free speech, don't nobody take y'all seriously. Don't nobody take y'all seriously. Just that we will take seriously because that's accurate. We want to drop N's. Yeah, just go ahead and say that. Oh, one other thing. How'd that work out for you?
Well, the trial of Shiloh Hendricks is now over, with the jury reaching a verdict late last night. Hendricks is the woman who was seen using a racial slur toward a child at a Rochester playground. After 9 hours of deliberations yesterday.
I'm sorry, did you say 9 hours? They was deliberating for 9 hours?
With all due respect, what the
What was y'all talking about for 9 hours? Can you repeat the word, please? Can you repeat? Okay. Can you use ends in a sentence? Okay. What is the origin of ends? Elon Musk and them? Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Huh. Nah, I think I need you to repeat that for 8.5 more hours. Y'all was really in here? Y'all just didn't want to go to work. I know what that is.
The jury came back with a split verdict, finding Hendricks not guilty of disorderly conduct involving the child, but guilty of disorderly conduct toward the man who caught the incident on video last year.
Wait, I'm sorry. Come again. Not guilty of disorderly conduct with the child, but guilty. No, because I know y'all don't believe in children's rights. We see that with the way y'all deal with all the weird charges y'all be picking up. So I know how y'all feel with regards to that, but y'all got to make some sense of this for me.
Hendricks received probation, a $1,000 fine, and 200 hours of community service.
How much community service? Okay, where's she going to be doing that now? And when? Okay, now we just want to see it. That's all. We just want to see it. That's all. Might be some extra litter on the ground over there. That's all. It might be a little. You know what I mean? It's going to be a heavy use area wherever she at. That's all.
ABC 6's Caroline Weir joins us now live with reaction to the verdict and what's next as the defense prepares an appeal. And Caroline, you've also been looking into some of those claims made by Shiloh Hendricks' attorney after court wrapped up.
Yeah, Axel, that's right. Hendricks' attorney, Brian Corrales, made a number of allegations following the verdict, arguing the trial proceedings were not handled correctly or lawfully. He actually described it as the most unprofessional circus he'd ever been a part of.
This whole thing is fucking bullshit.
Damn! He said unprofessional. He said unprofessional. I think we found the attorney from all those memes where they say you're going directly to jail. You know those memes where they say if your attorney's shoes look like this, you're going directly to jail. I think we found him. I think we got him. I've never seen him in action. I'm curious to hear what he sounds like.
That was defense attorney Brian Corrales' reaction moments after a jury found Shiloh Hendricks guilty on one count of disorderly conduct. After court, Corrales argued the trial was unfair and accused the judge of repeatedly interrupting him, limiting evidence, and mishandling the proceedings.
I got a question. Who pieced up Shiloh Hendricks' attorney? Huh? Why? You know what I mean? Was that a road rage thing on the way to court, or exactly what happened? I can't blame the judge for interrupting him. They just wanted to break up the jury's eye contact with his third eye. That's all that is. That's all that was. She's trying to help him.
There are so many appellate issues. This was one of the craziest trials I've ever seen.
One issue Corrales repeatedly pointed to involved Rule 901 of the Minnesota Rules of Evidence, which deals with introducing evidence at trial.
Judge said Rule 901 of the Rules of Evidence only applies to prosecutors. You were there. I mean, come on.
Is that your argument? I mean, come on.
Whatever.
Is this the kind of performance you was giving in the courtroom? You just, I mean, is this the kind of, you supposed to tell me. That's what they paying you for.
Come on. Look it up.
Wait a minute, MAGA. What's she do with the money? What's she do with the money? She didn't spend it on her defense. I need to know where the money went, MAGA. Because last y'all heard from Shiloh Hendricks, she had came and told y'all that she had received all her money. Y'all remember that? That was that video where she came out and was like, I got my money. Y'all not going to be seeing me no more. And by the way, apologies for all the marriages that was ruined when they seen the statement that you gave to my GoFundMe. Remember that?
I have gotten every dime of my money.
Remember that when she called out the other dude, the dude from Michigan who was found open up a little side thing because, you know, ain't no trust among white supremacists. Remember she came out and said all that? Right. I don't know. I don't know. I really, rung one on the GoFundMe money should have been an attorney that didn't look like he caught a bad one on his way to court. That's what it should have been. Or some cover up or something.
You're not going to do the research. You're not going to look up Rule 901.
So we decided to look up Rule 901 and clarify whether it does apply to both sides with defense attorney Peter Martin, who has known Corrales for years and says he was in contact with him throughout portions of the trial.
So Rule 9 requires the prosecution to turn over stuff. And if they didn't turn it over, it's a clear violation of Ms. Hendricks' rights in this case.
Another claim Corrales made was that the Rochester community no longer cares about the case. So we asked people in Rochester whether they agreed.
I think most of the people in the community have followed it, maybe from one extreme to the other.
Now the focus shifts to what's next. Corrales says he plans to appeal the conviction, arguing multiple issues throughout the trial made for an unfair proceeding.
When you appeal, you also order transcripts. And so the Court of Appeals will be able to look at a verbatim transcript of actually how things went down.
And while Martin says Corrales' conduct in and outside the courtroom could lead to scrutiny by the Minnesota Lawyers Board if a complaint is filed, it would not impact his ability to appeal the conviction. It is unclear at this time when Corrales plans to file that appeal, but Martin says that process we could likely see go on for over a year.
Over a year? Huh. Wow. Well, hey, that trash ain't gonna pick itself up. It's just gonna be more trash over there if you wait a year. So she gonna wait. We got to get that community service about you. We got to get that community service about you. Yeah. That is something. I can only imagine how racist social media is handling this one. Well, sure. Look at this post amplified. Right? I never want to hear the term white privilege ever again. I love this for them. I absolutely love this for them, because I was wondering what it was that was going to finally convince them to come to the table and do a full-scale swap. You know what I mean? I was wondering exactly what it was that was going to do it. For them to give up control of our political machine, for them to give up control of our financial institutions, for them to give up control, the military, you name it, for them to give up full control in order for the ability to drop ends. I was wondering what was going to do it.
There's I don't think there's any racism there.
Are you anti-Muslim?
I'm against
Damn. Because you got to look for the small victories. You know what I mean? You got to look for the small victories. So for them to come down, I mean, the fact that he got a whole social media website which is overrun with anti-blackness. You know what I mean? Like the one which they claim is of record, just overrun with anti-blackness, right? Sitting there gobbling up all the media institutions. I would have thought that would have made an impact on the racists. They just wanted to drop ends. They ready to give it all up. Hey, I ain't gonna argue with you. Oh, and there's more. Me, Judge Krista Daly, a radical leftist who decided Shiloh Hendricks did not have a First Amendment right. Huh. That is fascinating. So you mean to tell me he dropped that whole post offering for them to do a whole racial swap, you know, so they can be in control like black people are right now, without even knowing how trials work, without even knowing how court works? That's, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna argue with you. Hey, if we're being fair, he has a better idea, I'm sure, of how court works than Trump does. And he's been in a whole lot of them. He still don't know what's happening. Shiloh Hendricks was sentenced for disorderly conduct for saying a word in Minnesota, and not a single Black Lives Matter protester was sentenced for disorderly conduct for burning down Minneapolis. Insane. That is insane. That is insane. I do agree with you there. You know what else is crazy is Tyrone Biggums got 30 days in jail for stealing a loaf of bread. And let's bring up Trump. Yeah, the whole grift. Okay, and then we got that, and then we got the crypto, we got the jet, we got the internet and the Saudis, and we got that, and we got the golf thing, we got that, we got and then the super PAC, they ain't spending the money on no races, we got that. We still computing that. Wow, that's just billions and growing. You realize he did less time than Tyrone Biggums for stealing a loaf of bread? Crazy. I know. And don't get me started on all them pardons. Hey, throw a rock and hit somebody who got a pardon, and a whole bunch of people ain't getting no restitution. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Unbelievable. It is. It's almost like you can't trust the judiciary no more. Like, you know, what must the Supreme Court look like right about now? Exactly.
Y'all just couldn't let this one go, huh? Y'all got that much hatred and bigotry in your hearts that you couldn't let this one go. Y'all mad that Shiloh Hendricks is being held accountable for the actions of Shiloh Hendricks. Now, mind you, it ain't like she did this to a grown-up. She called an 8-year-old child the N-word. Not just any old 8-year-old child, a Black 8-year-old child with autism. She verbally attacked and degraded a child. And y'all mad that that adult who degraded a child is being held accountable? Now, here's the thing. It ain't like she's going to prison. It ain't like, all she has to do is pay $1,000, be on probation, and do community service for disrespecting and dehumanizing a child. And y'all mad. Y'all putting out shit like this. Y'all trying to equate her to like some kind of martyr, like she's like the white Rosa Parks. This is how I know y'all ain't gonna use that word. This is how I know y'all ain't good people. This is how I know y'all don't want to fix shit. This is how I know y'all are absolutely comfortable with how bad things are in this country right now. This is a layup. All you had to do is say, yeah, you know what? That is disgusting for a human being to call a child the N-word, let alone a child with disabilities. But y'all couldn't even do that. This is how I know y'all not good people. This is how I know it. Y'all demonstrate it every day. And here's what's insane. Y'all took the time to make memes about this, to defend this lady, on top of making her almost a millionaire. A lot of racists came together and said, we are going to help this racist who called a child the N-word become financially stable. That's y'all call yourself Christian. You call yourselves Christian and good human beings. You not. But here's the thing, man. Y'all are this angry about this lady right here being held accountable for her actions. Yet I don't see y'all saying anything about the dude that took away your health care, that took away your job, that's taking food out of your white kids' mouths, that's not even doing anything to make sure your white kids are safe in school, that's not even doing anything to protect the white kids that got hurt in those files. Y'all ain't got no smoke for them. But the lady who called a black child, the N-word, y'all rallying the troops. Let's get fuck y'all, man. This is why y'all in the position that y'all in. This is exactly the reason why y'all in this position. And for y'all to be like, well, it's just a word. It's free speech. Our free speech is being attacked. It's Yahtzees are marching in the street right now. Y'all marched on 4th of July. Jake Lang is walking around here exercising all this free speech. And when you say, well, our free speech and words, okay. Well, why did y'all cheer when Colbert got taken off the air for using his free speech, or Colin Kaepernick for using his free speech? Y'all ain't good people. Y'all ain't good people.
Hey, Jake Lang, I'm sorry that didn't work out better for you. And I'm also sorry you didn't get your money's worth for your people that you paid to come down there. But that wasn't the most embarrassing thing we've seen from you this year, was it?
But wait, there's more.
This is direct payback for Drewski going whiteface on widow Erica Kirk.
White people, man, they're pretty fucking girls, man, that they take their 400 years. Donald Trump, Democrat, Republican. I don't know what to do, man. They kill white people, man.
Jake Lang, who did your makeup, man? Who did your makeup? Are you supposed to be a brother with a skin condition? I need to understand. You couldn't pay for the full face? What happened? Did they run out of brown? They was mixing the chocolate with the caramel? What is this? You ought to get your money back. You know, like them people holding them Shiloh signs. This is shoddy work right here.
What am I doing, man? You hold dessert now. Fucking slave, but they're gonna slave my people.
Ain't he a natural though? Ain't he a natural? He looked right at home. I'll be honest. He looked right at home. Mm-hmm. Hey, I haven't seen a lot of talent or skills from you, but the chipping out, huh? Hey, tell the truth. This ain't your first time. This ain't your first time.
Slavery. I'm gonna get that white bitch. I'm gonna get that white girl. I'm gonna get this white bitch.
Do you know how bad at this you have to be to try and offend people? And they laugh at it. I mean, do you know how bad? Look at the comments, man. Who was this supposed to offend? Apparently makeup artists. And also online comedians. You know, just to see a sketch this poorly executed. They have to be offended, if I'm honest. As a white guy, this is stupid. It wasn't funny at all. White boys acting is crap. You look more Arab than black, my dude. Well, this was a fail. This dumbass waited until night and got on a rented bus. LMAO, scary. I was wondering why that bus was so empty. But that makes sense. That does make sense. He definitely would have been kicked off of a public bus, if we're being honest. All that standing up while they driving, they don't tolerate that.
Thank you for hating yourselves enough to choose Greyhound buses. We hope to see you very soon or in hell.
Bet you thought this was going to be huge. Bet you thought people were going to be so upset about you doing this and you were going to go viral. No one cares about you, man. Oh, you know he did. You know he did. He called his white supremacist friends like this. I'm gonna do my big one. Watch. And then he didn't hear from him after that. That's where you know it was bad. You ever send somebody a video and then you don't hear nothing back? You don't get an LOL. You don't get a ha-ha. Silence. That's when you know.
This is egregious work. This is nasty, egregious work.
Just FYI, Jake Lang paid almost $2,000 for a makeup artist to give him blackface, and now he's got a variety of wigs and props on hand. Thanks for the donations, Patriots. Jake Lang, $2,000? $2,000. You spending money like Trump and Iran, man. You can't sit here and complain about what black and brown and Indian and Muslim people are doing to America when you spending $2,000 on this. That's just poor financial planning. Even if it was just y'all, you wouldn't messed up. Far-right influencer and January 6th rider Jake Lang was the subject of an online sting operation in March where he engaged in a conversation with an adult posing as a 15-year-old. Lang acknowledged the decoy's stated age and discussed meeting in person. Oh, that's right. That was you, wasn't it? Jake Lang, white Christian men are not going to sit back while you turn our children into a bunch of N lovers.
Go back, AIPAC, go back. That's the AIPAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers.
3 days later, said white Christian male gets exposed for flirting with a 15-year-old girl. Far-right Christians and PDF. Care to explain these texts, Jake Lang? Let's see, you come to my protest. Can we talk on here instead? I have too many DMs, text only, sweetie. I'm sure.
You sure about that?
I'm 15, LOL. When do you turn 16? And here we get Call of Fruity. Hey, I can't go with that one. Because ain't no way the LGBT community would claim Jake Lang. Ain't no way. Ain't nobody. Nah, they not claiming him at all. Man, that's tough. Failed blackface got him looking like.
What are your names?
Right here.
I'm sorry, what's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray.
Those people didn't deserve that. They did. Those people didn't deserve that. They didn't. They have earned a rung above the Jake Langs of the world. Honestly, they haven't hurt nobody, at least as far as I can tell. So no, Jake Lang looks far worse than they do. I can tell you that right now, especially since he was trying to be offensive. I ain't seen nobody fail that bad at their racism since Lily Gaddis.
You wear fake eyelashes, you wear fake nails. All of these things are not conducive to fighting, okay? So let me give you advice. Let me turn this racist stream around into something positive. Okay, black women, listen up. A black woman is speaking. Then, hail the black woman. Hail her. And by the way, half the struggles that black women think they face, it's of their own fucking doing. Running around in nails like this, running around in earrings like this, like you people fight every day.
You people? What the hell you mean, you people?
You people fight every day. Could you choose any outfit and get up that's like less conducive to fighting? Seriously.
Now, wait a minute. Now, Lily Gaddis got thrown in the trash by the white supremacists. And here you have Jake Lang. I'm sensing a theme here. Jewish guy, by the way. That's it. That is it right there. That is it right there. He sees the anti-Semitism of the America First movement, but choose to continually attack black people and notably Muslims. That just feels so right, don't it? Oh man, that's that pick me behavior. That is that pick me behavior. I mean, what do you expect from a primate? So disrespectful to remake the Irina Zarutsky's cruel murder. You could do many more different things, though bravo for that sketch. Huh. That's an interesting needle to thread now, isn't it? That's a very... So you think it was disrespectful and out of pocket that he recreated the murder, but the sketch was bravo still, despite the whole point of the sketch being disrespectful? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, do you, man? Hey, that is, I've never seen Siskel and Ebert be that specific. I haven't. Huh? Siskel and Ebert. No, it was before Ebert and Roper. Well, see, now Ebert was, never mind. Use men on film.
Hey, bitch.
I got that white bitch. For 400 years of slavery, I got that white bitch. Huh.
That's Jake Lang the Jew in blackface. I don't know what synagogue approved of this shit, but this is the worst shit y'all have done since killing Jesus. And probably one of the shittiest Drewski costumes I've ever seen, with one of the shittiest performances I've seen since Schindler's List. And with all that, I still don't get what the message is. Jake should have hired some better Jewish writers for this. How the does Drewski get tied in with Irina Zarutsky getting murdered by some ape? I really don't give a about white people, or Jews in this case, wearing blackface. What do I care about black people wearing whiteface? Racial humor is the best humor. But this shit right here is boomer Facebook humor. The shit is fucking cringe. I'm about to buy a rope and grab a cheer. Do better propaganda, Jewish.
Did you just get cooked by Andre Williams? Did you just got cooked by the most anti-black dude on the internet? Huh? Sorry, Rob Smith. One of the most. Sorry, Officer Tatum. He up there, though. You got cooked by Andre Williams. This Andre Williams.
The third is which represents the majority of the population of the black community, unfortunately. The loud are very aggressive, hostile to even other black people.
Wrong. Maybe it was that rally and march he went to and got pieced up, maybe knocked some sense into Andre. I ain't seen him recently. I haven't seen him recently. So I don't know. Maybe he got scared straight, something like that. That's fascinating. Boy, if you don't get the pick-me's, if you don't get the black MAGAs on board, it's really over. It's really over because they be looking at anything to come. Honestly, the bar for them is set. You know, remember I was using a movie analogy earlier. They like children watching movies. As long as it's moving pictures and it's anti-black, they with it. And even they were like, nah.
2 days later, Owen Richards leaked to a colleague that Jake Lang would be in the area doing blackface. We were able to track him down to this studio in Glendale, where we ran into Richards, Mellis, and the makeup artist who supposedly did Lang's makeup.
Yeah, we need to press charges.
Yep.
Huh? No, not for the racism, for the makeup. For the makeup. We gonna need her information. That was a crime, honestly. That was a crime.
What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you?
We didn't see Lang that day as he pulled away from the building as we were getting there. However, he did later post a video to his Instagram story of himself in the blackface. He seemingly reenacted the murder of Irina Zarutsky while also just being racist. The very next day, Mellis publicly tagged multiple MDC organizers in Instagram stories that suggested a Proud Boy demonstration was being planned to disrupt an evening vigil being held in the honor of Joan Sebastian Guerrero. And while about 5 people, Lang included, did pull up at a U-Haul about a block away from the vigil at one point before driving away.
Hey, U-Haul. I thought y'all was standing on business. Y'all got Jake Lang out there now. Hey, we boycott Target for less. Don't play U-Haul. Honestly, the official vehicle of white supremacists. Y'all should just go ahead and change y'all logo.
No noteworthy interactions have taken place. Since then, Lang, Millis, and Richards continue to post provocative stories directed at LA activists and events that they claim they're going to disrupt, which often just looks like them driving by in their car and shouting pro-ICE slogans. It seems like a tactic is emerging where they rile up protesters on the ground with the prospect of a Proud Boy demonstration. It's reminded me of the Portland dynamic. Portland has a lot of counter-protesters, whether it's based on their geography being next to Idaho, or the fact that Portland is always in the news and might attract a lot of right-wing content creators. It could be a combination of things. The point is that on-the-ground activists have had to adjust their strategy to keep people safe under this dynamic, where right-wingers are streaming and provoking anti-ICE protesters right outside of a concentration camp. And overwhelmingly, the consensus that that community has come to is do not engage. Don't tap the glass. What they've understood through observations up in Portland is that these content creators' only incentive for showing up is the reaction they get from protesters. Our response is their content. And as someone who has been worried about Portland-style agitators coming to LA and the MDC, I felt it was an important conversation to bring up. Because truly, what is the answer? What is the right way to handle these agitators who are clearly looking for reactions for their content, but are also using violent rhetoric and even bringing harm to our communities? Is there a middle ground where we can address them without giving them the reactions that they seek? Or should we have a strict policy of not engaging with agitators and counter-protesters in the fear that it might encourage that type of behavior?
Oh boy, I want to thank her for asking that question. And it's something that I have to grapple with myself in choosing what to platform here. But I thought it was significant enough just to highlight two monumental instances of when racism goes wrong. And they go together. It's almost like Jake Lang was drawn to Shiloh Hendrix because he knew he was going to take a L as well. Or maybe he was just trying to bring that loserous energy over to her. Maybe that's why she lost that case. Hey, get Shiloh Hendrix' lawyer. Get her. What are you doing in the media?
You're not going to put in your paper or whatever thing you're part of. You're all part of the shakedown. This media is BS bullshit. Then print the truth. Print the truth. The judge refused to allow the jury to see the GoFundMe page. Print the truth.
You said...
print the truth.
Of course, sir. You said earlier...
Print it.
Well, tell him put that cup down. Hey, tell him I pay for all that change that was in that cup. Hey, you see Jake? Hey, you wondering why things went left? You wondering why things went left? Go ahead. Hey, I ain't see nothing. Go ahead. You got him. No, we gonna circle back around because we need to talk about the platforming of these particular folks after they enjoy these races of the weeks. Am I right? Hey, you can't put that on the ground. Oh, that's what Shiloh do in her community. So, okay, my bad. You got it.
I'm scared, MAGA. Hey, MAGA, give me that bread. So come date me up.
All right. All right, everybody. Okay, before I stop it. Didn't have enough time for that. Yeah, I don't think I have enough time for that. Okay. We'll come back to that. Maybe later. Let's see. Maybe later on today. Or excuse me, I'm sorry. Come back to that. We'll probably come back to that. All right. All right, family. It's like super late. And I'm gonna go ahead and go because I have to do some things. I gotta finish this work that I'm doing. Okay, cool. I want to thank everybody who was in the chat today. Ray, DSB, Cookiesy, Goddess Navi, so she came through. Let's see, and Jesse and Shabaka, and I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Right now. Join us on Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. That'll be the next program that we have coming up on Friday. I may come back depending on how the internet's running later on this afternoon. But I'm going to go ahead and go because I have to focus on trying to at least get some more of Jesse's website and flyer updated. I just finished the flyer, so I want to get that updated because we have an event on Saturday. Well, not really an event, but Brick City. It's a Brick City annual event. This weekend, Jesse wants to go to that. I'm not sure. I really want to go to anything like that. I'm not sure if I want to go anywhere this weekend. I have like mixed feelings about it right now. Not about the event, just in general, because they have a political event in Aurora. I think that same day. I joined a boot camp, so I'm supposed to do that later on this afternoon. And I think we have a meeting that Michael has set up for us. All participated, to participated. So there's quite a lot of things to do. I should be done with Jesse's website. Probably by I want to say by Monday at the latest. It's just depending on if I'll be able to work on it after Friday. Well, we go to work on it really. So I'm gonna try to get as much as I can get done now. And then we'll see where it goes from there. I'm trying to update it and get it prepared. It's just tiny, tedious things. They're tedious, busy work that I wasn't able to do. But you have to be like super focused and concentrated. It's just there's no half stepping, you know. And some of the stuff I had outsourced to more the individuals who know how to edit and make things shake right. I myself can come up with the thoughts and the ideas, but I can't make things move. You know what I mean? Like videos and stuff like that. So I can draw all that shit up, but I can't make it. You know, I don't know how to edit it, and plus I don't think I have all that stuff on my computer. I do a lot of reading, and that's like some tedious work I don't want to do. I don't want to do it, so I'll try to find someone who's more able to do it and has more know-how, and it works faster than me. So I have to read it and try to understand it, and then go look for an app to do it. I'll get frustrated. So I'm like, it's got to move like this for me. So I'm going to go back to working on that. How's the else say this? I forgot what it was. I remember. I've been up like for hours, so I did finished Jesse's broadcast too, and I'm exhausted, so I think I might lay down for a little bit. We'll see. Anyway, stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed. Thank you for watching The Revolutionary Agenda. Thank you for hanging out with me. Hope you had a little bit of fun. And probably see you maybe later on. We'll see. Either way, I'll be around for Friday and Saturday. You know what I mean? So stay black, stay dangerous, and have a good morning. Don't do another thing I wouldn't do. It's like I'm just kidding. Have a good morning. Peace.